Would it help to get the final measurement when the lights go back up, and then the picture will be?
Yes.
Maybe we could do
Yes, it
that
would.
way as well.
Yeah.
I think
Any light would help.
Sure. Sure. I mean, I could shine my phone.
Yeah, well, you're using your sword method.
What's the clock on this thing?
I'm not really, yeah, just, I don't know the process.
Where's the clock on this thing? Okay, we're gonna have to start. I need my water bottle. No, I don't need to. We're gonna have to start because we're getting late now.
It's 8:21.
Yeah, so we need to start. The YouTube's not going live, but the other two are live, so.
So should I set the timer for 4 hours and 5 minutes? But
Yes.
I'll just call the 4 hours.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, how is everybody doing? I'm ready to go, I think. Okay, are we ready to go?
The main camera's rolling.
Okay. So we're starting. Here we
Start.
go.
Now.
To the kind of groove in the middle between the end of the fingers and the start of the
That bit,
arm.
yeah.
Yeah. where it changes direction.
It's almost directly under the ear. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then to the left.
The tip.
Yeah, tip's fine. To the left.
I mean, I guess you measured it as 19, didn't you? So
19 was cross.
yeah.
Back of the ear is just slightly different.
Yeah, I had to change position a little bit.
So, well, maybe I just put the laser on and I shout, is that okay? And you say,
Yeah, yeah. We've got plenty of time to.
Yeah. What I think I'll do is I'll also
Could you open?
Yes.
also draw right round it as well. So
Yes.
it could look quite fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Jonathan.
You just focus on that. That's great.
I guess this is a bit of adrenaline rushing through,
Yeah.
which is the thing when you practice that you normally don't have.
Sure.
You know,
Okay, so the instrument.
because it's kind of getting steadier now.
Yeah. As you say, there'll be a little bit of change because you're breathing.
Yeah. Well, if they disqualify me on that, they do at least, you know,
It's absolutely
at
fine.
least we tried it. You know, I've got to accept that that might be the scenario. Unfortunately, the YouTube live hasn't happened, but the other two are going.
Don't worry about it.
I think the Instagram looks the best. Just leave it open. Pop the cap of the oven. Yeah.
I just think trying to do this outside.
Mm.
This is so much more. You need a controlled environment.
Mm. Yeah. Glenn, do you think you could just get up and go and move the phone on the right of the computer screen a little bit along so you can see the nose of the animal? Because the YouTube, it won't affect the YouTube screen. Yeah, so just slide it along a bit. Other way. Just keep sliding. Just move your hand so I can see. Yeah, move it a bit more. So move it towards the left of the computer screen. Even more than that. I'd say push it all the way along to the other phone. That's better. You can see a bit more of the shadow now. Thank you. Equipment's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Measuring equipment.
So accurate.
Yeah. That looks about right to me. Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Rudolph, the very tiny red-nosed reindeer.
Suggest there is appropriate.
I think so, yeah, when it sort of starts to change direction, yeah. I'm channeling Chris Nightingale's hair dryers right now.
Yeah. Of course, what we could do,
Mm.
we could beat your own world record.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Germany.
Yeah. Well, that might be the thing, you know, if it doesn't, even if I don't get it here, maybe I can go, there's another way to do this. You know.
Cool.
In the suitcase, in the kind of pouch at the inside, you know what I mean? Like the kind of bit where you put underwear and stuff.
Yeah.
There are two bits of paper with two pens. wonder if you could get them out and give them to the witnesses. If you go a couple of rows down and just, because they can fill them in now if they wanted to. Otherwise they can
You got the declarations.
it's the witness statement, yeah. I mean, thank you.
Got one pen.
There should be another pen in the I mean, they could share it.
You're not going to be able to see under this light.
I know, but I just like get them to them so they're ready to do that. It's kind of surreal, isn't it?
Yeah. That's looking up.
Just go a couple of rows down.
That's right. Go down.
You can see the where the light is still hitting the chairs down there.
Yeah.
The June and Harry. June and Harry. Sitting over on.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Is that right?
It's beating the world record by quite a long way.
Where's the current record?
15 point something by 8 point something. So we're good. What is it?
Several meters.
Several meters either way, yeah.
Some official measurements for you.
I did hear it, but tell me again.
18.0643,
Okay,
and that's left to right, and then the height is 14.28.
that's really good.
That's the world
That's
record.
about 5 meters more height-wise, and width-wise it's about meters something more. So that's pretty good.
Great stuff.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
did you say you were going to do around the edge?
Yes, I'm going to do that now. Yeah.
Okay, great. The big challenge with this is not so much physical, it's mental.
Sure.
Because you're suddenly thrown into a situation where you've got, I've got to do this for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And what does that look like? What does that feel like? You know, the body's not made for being static like this.
No.
You know, children can't keep still because their bodies are developing. They can't hold their hand above their head for a long time because they don't have the muscles. You know. I've tried to stay as still as possible. You know, and obviously you've got blood pumping, and that's a major source of movement and breath, and
Yeah, but you're maintaining the shape perfectly, so that's good.
just watch this really. Breath helps.
You do your yoga breathing. You breathe in for 4, hold for 3, and out for 5. This is what I do when I'm at the dentist.
Me too.
Just in for 4, hold for 3, and out to 5.
But if you ask someone to, you know, you do this thing where you get someone to sit in front of a light and on a bit of paper, and then they draw around your silhouette. Even getting someone to sit still like that, there's so much movement. Because I did it was one of the workshop things I did at Junction. People could draw their friends' silhouettes, and when the person, you're just sitting, but they would be swaying backwards and forwards, you know. That's exactly how I imagined it, you know.
Yeah.
Got the kind of hushed little conversation.
Yeah, I had all sorts of thoughts. Remember when we were thinking about getting Mark Kermode involved?
I've still got the draft email to his agent.
Yeah. We have the budget for that.
Well, I mean, if I'd only had to do this for like, just make the shadow and measure it and we're done,
Yeah.
I could easily have had the budget, but, you know.
Exactly right.
He's measuring down over there. Don't know if the YouTube went live or not. Can't see the spinny thing.
No, I don't.
Could you check it actually? If you just move the phone in the middle.
I'll see if I can do it. I don't want to bump anything or knock anything.
Yeah, just watch out, especially for the light. The end of the mic stand. Just slide that phone across. Doesn't matter if the image moves on the TikTok. Yeah, I know it didn't. Oh well.
Never mind.
Never mind. It's kind of like a weird variation of a roller coaster, you know, your life flashes before your eyes. Kind of life's flashing before my eyes very slowly. Bless you.
You've got the aircon on. It's just
I can feel a bit of aircon, yeah. Could you look if you can see the light up display on the torch? I think it might be underneath, so you might kind of get down on your hands and knees and just see what percent it's at.
It says 100%.
Perfect. That's fine, thank you. I've got it plugged in, so it should stay at 100%. But just good to kind of keep an eye on it
Yeah.
in case it starts to drop. Yeah. You see, sitting here like this, the screen doesn't look that big.
It's huge.
It's hard to get a kind of sense of it because you've got no perspective.
It's huge.
You know, if you saw someone standing down there,
In my memory, the auditorium was bigger. Of course, I haven't been here for years, but
it's only
there's not that many. I thought there were more seats. I'm sure there's good.
well, there are it's upper row queues. So what is that? A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q. It's 17 rows, and there are what 30 odd seats a row. 400 seater, 500 seater, something like that.
Even up here, you've got a great view.
Could you do something for me? Could you walk all the way down to the bottom and stand down to see how big this actually is?
Maybe sometime. Oh, I'll take those things for, what was it? Terry and June. What are the names?
June and Babu. Don't call them Terry and June.
They're definitely bottom teams. I'm thinking of Jaws. Need something in the foreground to give it some scale.
Exactly. Yeah, as Glenn's just said, we need something in the foreground to give it some scale, which is a quote from Jaws. So he's off to do that.
I'm going to be the scale.
Yeah, that's quite a big shadow. Wow.
It's bigger down here. Valerie and you, is that right? Hello, I'm Glenn. These are the witness statements from the Guinness World Record. You probably can't see them to this light.
To shake my hand.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Very, very good luck. We're going to follow you on Instagram.
Lovely.
I'm going to go start prepping the surveyor's report.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, they'll bring
Thank you so much.
Again, very, very good luck.
Yeah. I think it was an advert that was done by Honda, the car people.
Hyundai.
Say again?
Hyundai.
Hyundai.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon, it was a H. Yes. Oh, we've heard your whole conversation. We can hear you nattering away. For some reason, with the commercial, someone did
No, it wasn't a hand shadow.
It was a projected
They used objects, they stuck them on a wall and they shone lights onto them, so when the lights hit the objects it made a kind of figure of a man dancing or jumping. Yeah.
Thank you. You just concentrate on what you're doing. Well, he's been practicing. He's done a good couple of 2-hour sessions. But the original record was the commercial. This is not going to be used for anything other than just for the record. It's going to be the largest, and also because of the 4 hours, it'll be the longest. Largest and longest. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a bit of an endurance test. Yeah. As I say, the endurance test really. Well, of all of the shadows that he does, I think this is probably the easiest one in terms of holding it with your fingers and the shape that you've got to do, and a lot of the shadows involve 2 hands that you would do, and to hold, imagine holding your arms up for 4 hours. He's got a bit more grace. The easiest one, and also a bit more of a solid shape as well, in terms of the measurements side to side. Well, you can make it either way, you can just do it now and jump. This is his job. No, not just for children, he does adult shows and film tributes, that kind of thing. He's been on some television shows, worked with James Hall, Donald Sutherland. So if anyone, if there's ever a script someone says, so does the hand shadow, they'll call him. But he's just got back from South Korea, so there was a puppet festival, and that was the performer there. That he's going back again in October. Got a 5-month contract with a theatre in Germany, which is going to be part of a variety show. So there'll be Portuguese artists. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And nobody, he doesn't have an agent, advertised, just the website. Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, they'll take a joke. Yeah, what is it, 12% or something out of the fee, something like that. Yes,
You've got an agent, you still have to pay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
People find him. I don't think he's ever. There's some downtimes, but very popular. Yeah. Much more so than here. You try to explain to somebody, what it is he does, and people are very confused. I think live theatre is sort of, yes, the marionettes and all that sort of stuff. I mean, he does get some gigs here. So there's a cabaret nightclub in London that we're booking today, and he's also working on the Public Theatre Barge in Richmond. And they'll constantly be booking year after year. So, very well known. I'm just assuming you knew a little bit about it. Sure. Right. Yeah. So what do you normally do then? You're professional witnesses or? Of course. Right. Yeah. So if it's just a couple and they need 2 people to. So technically, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because originally I applied to do a hand shadow record, but every time I applied, they rejected it. I've been through a lot of applications because for one or other reason they said we can't reliably quantify what you're proposing. So my first one was the most different hand shadows made in a minute, and they rejected that. I wanted to do the longest performance. They said it has to be 24 hours.
Yeah, we didn't want to do that one.
So they
actually,
rejected that
because they wanted an
eventually, yeah.
existing record, then they understood, right, you want to do that same record, but obviously break that record. So, and we've just learned that there's an IMAX in Germany that's larger than this. So technically, if we get this record, Drew, I shouldn't say we, if Drew gets this record, then we could technically beat it again if we went and did the same thing in Germany. But the fun thing for this, because this is thousands of pounds to print. Yeah, have you been here before? Yeah, it's quite different to see it like this, isn't it? Yeah, I was saying fluid. Oh, okay. Is it the Titanic in 3D? Was it the re-release? Well, you heard of GoFundMe, and I'm going to do this, can you help, whatever. And one person donated £7,500. Well, obviously this person wanted to support the arts and, something slightly different, and had presumably knew Drew and had followed. But I didn't think that, and if we did reach that sum, I thought that this was going to take years to build up the money, and then we could have funded it privately ourselves, but that was amazing, and that was within weeks. Yeah. And then of course you have to think to yourself, could it be a scam? Has someone put the money in, and then we say, oh, this is your money, then we give them the money back, and you've got to be so careful, you've got to be so careful.
Well, I thought it was an accident. I thought she'd added an extra couple of zeros by
Well, it's me,
accident.
I'm moving, I'm shouting, that's right.
So I waited. I thought, okay, she's going to come to me and say, oh no, I made a mistake.
Yeah, yeah. We thought, well, she didn't mean 7,500. She meant £7.50. Can I have my money back? Yeah, that's right. But then we checked it, and she said no. Yeah, you do not think no. But the reaction that he gets from all ages is amazing. And this is the kind of thing that, although we're looking at a screen now, all you need to do this at home is a torch, and you won't, and some of the kids are just that see this. Yeah, and he has a godson. The godson has a younger brother, and the younger brother won't let us speak. So we've done some action, with the torch. And all you need is your phone, torch, I can do the bunny, and that's me done. And there are other people in the world who can do it, but ever so slightly different.
Different hands make different shapes.
Are you okay sitting here? Yeah. No, you're fine. Yeah, it's just if you needed to, like me, I went down to the bottom just to avoid the light and come back up if you needed to leave. But I think Right. Yeah. Right. Or equally, when you've got where they're very or creative or where he's going to go. Yeah, joyful occasion, but yeah, it's bittersweet. Yeah, I always used to think as a kid, oh, what's at the end of the tube line? Well, turns out not a great deal. You know, Walthamstow, like, okay. Oh, actually on the bridge. Oh, there's a bit at the top, is that right? Yeah. Because you can walk across the bit at the top, can't you, from one tower to the other? Right. Up the tower, on the tower bridge. Because we won't be getting down. Yeah. No, I've never been. Right. Really? I can see the headline on the newspapers. Trying to. Could be it, absolutely. Remember the comedian Dave? He always used to say, "May your God go with you." Whatever. That's what you're saying. Right, let me go and check and see if he needs a drink or something. I tried. That's fine, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, I can't, I don't think you'd be able to do it under this light anyway, but just so that you've got them anyway. Alright, lovely chatting to you.
Glenn,
Hello.
can you wait there for me?
Yes.
Just 1 second. No, just where you were.
Yes.
Just there's good, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to take it. How you doing, Drew?
Good, yeah. I was saying I had a kind of adrenaline rush right at the beginning, so that was quite difficult to manage because the body's kind of pumping quite a bit.
Yeah.
And then once that calmed down, it's like now it's. I always know the first 10 minutes was always difficult when I was training, and after that the hand kind of goes a bit numb. But yeah, once the adrenaline rush was gone, it kind of steadied shape much more. It's great that you wore a white shirt, Glenn. Very visible.
You know, holding it for 4 hours, I think should be a wet record, because that is very impressive.
It will be a record, but they won't. Guinness World Records won't recognise it, which is fair enough because it's not their parameters. But that will be it will be on record as the longest. Yeah.
You can take a photo.
I mean, this is one of the most simple shadows to make,
Yeah.
but it's also the first shadow I used in the
Thanks,
show.
man.
So it's quite nice that this is the shape that I'm doing.
Yeah. It's kind of nostalgic, I guess.
Yeah. And it's a shadow that many people would already know, you know, the dog or the wolf. Yeah.
How long have you been planning the record attempt for?
I started thinking about it about 6 years ago, actually. I met a guy from Guinness Records. I won this cabaret award, and he was there. And he works with a lot of performers that I'm friendly with who do world records of various descriptions, like danger records and things like that. And he approached me about it, and I had no idea what that would look like. You know, what would a world record be in terms of shadows? I mean, there are no hand shadow records as well, so this is a first, you know. But then yeah, I thought bucket list, I'd like to do a Guinness World Record. And so probably about a year ago, I started applying and kept getting rejected for various, you know, valid reasons. You know, they've got very strict guidelines. Like if you want to do like a marathon time thing, it has to be 24 hours, for example, you know. So if you're doing like a gaming marathon, it has to be 24 or more hours for it to be a world record. So in terms of doing a performance, that probably wouldn't be possible. And I wanted to do the most number of shadows in a minute, and they said the quality control on that would be difficult to manage, you know. So all kind of really, valid stuff. Yeah. And then I saw there was a largest shadow projection record. Like, okay, maybe I can do that. Yeah.
Well, you've done just under an hour. Just over an hour. I
Oh,
think.
thank God. You've done 15 minutes.
Well, I remember I'm counting over, counting 4 hours and 5 minutes. But,
I've kind of relaxed into it now, so now I can keep going. Could I have some grapes?
yes.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
going to come back and give you a snack.
Yeah. And what kind of work are you doing, Charlie?
So at Pocket we do mostly sort of like commercial
Right.
video stuff,
Yeah.
as well as events and lots of boring corporate interviews that, you know, are all internal training sort of thing.
Yeah, right.
Very functional, men in suits talking.
I had to do, when I went to Korea, I had to do a health and safety training for the theatres, which was really funny.
Okay.
It was a group of 3 people having a sort of casual conversation about safety in the theatre. You know, but it was kind of very staged and quite, kind of amusing, you know. Yeah.
How was Korea?
Oh, great, yeah. I've been before. Really, really nice venues, and everything starts on time, and people are really polite, and the audiences are really good. Yeah.
A bit from there.
Thank you.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Your photographs don't download onto your laptop automatically.
Not automatically, yeah, through a cable.
Okay. Can I see?
Yeah, sure. Drew, can you just look straight ahead for me? Look at
Yep.
the,
Hmm.
I think the lighting makes it actually.
yeah, it's like a photographer's nightmare.
I'm sure.
But,
Yeah.
but yeah, it does look dramatic. That's cool.
Yeah, it's extremely low light, isn't it?
Yeah, like pitch black, and then also extreme contrast because the light on your hand is
Yes.
way,
Super
way,
bright.
way brighter.
Mm. Yeah, it's like
Not
a
much
star.
to say about that.
Yeah.
You look like you've got a glowing god hand, Drew.
Yeah, in this camera it's just like a giant
Messiah
orb.
complex. Don't tell him that.
Well, I approached dado light because I normally work with a dado light, as you probably know, Mark. And
Oh yeah.
I approached them about a super bright light,
That'd be the one we got.
and they did a whole lot of tests for me, which was great. I mean, Dado, Greg Weigert, the CEO of the company, was in contact with me, which was lovely. And one of the things they were suggesting was a xenon bulb,
Okay.
which wouldn't have been obviously lensed or covered, because if you have the lens, you get more blur on the shadow. So he said to me, you probably need to wear protection on your hands against the UV. So I'm like, that would be a great bit of the story if I had to put like sunscreen on my hand before.
Do you know what? Someone was talking to me about some of the gaffers having to put sun cream on
Right.
because of the UV.
Mm.
I've never heard of it, but someone was talking about it the other day. But yeah, definitely if you're putting your hand in front of a bulb
For a length of
for
time.
a long amount of time, or even just for, if you're doing it as a career and you're doing it quite close to a bulb, it's
All day, every day, yeah. Mm.
maybe even just some factor 50, Drew, just to. Have you seen the truckers that have the
One arm is brown,
Yeah.
one arm is white.
well, the nose,
Side of the
the
face.
face is like 20 years older on one side. It's really crazy. They look amazing.
Jekyll and
I
Hyde.
put it with my legs because I always look like it's white.
Oh wow, that's a big fan.
Yeah, and so they ended up doing these videos against the side of a building with their dado lights. But I just thought, in terms of some flexibility, the dado light's great, but these wow nights, as they're called, are this is not a sponsored conversation, by the way. are really, really super useful.
Is it, and what do you gain from that? Is it just
Yeah, what type of light is it?
It's an LED.
Okay.
Lens a torch, so you can focus,
yeah.
you can sharpen, you can make the beam brighter. It's got a wide spread as well, wider than the dado light, I think, actually. But it's battery powered, but you can plug it in as well. So in terms of the battery would run out before 4 hours, because it's a super bright light. So I discovered these because I was going to Mexico to train these performers. They do a kind of, almost like a Cirque du Soleil kind of show.
Oh yeah.
And they wanted to add a shadow 3 minutes, basically. So I had to come up with a light that would work for them that wasn't cabled, because it would sort of spoil the magic. They put it into a lantern, basically, the lamp. So a cable would have been a bit, you know, not very magical. So I found these lights and went, these are the ones that are going to work. And they were super bright. I mean, they don't even have an area this big. It's a much smaller screen. But it works, and the shadow is, you know, relatively sharp, considering I'm actually very close to the torch, you know.
Oh, that's cool.
And the great thing is they show you how much battery you've got left. They've got a digital display, or an analog display, so you can see I've got 90% or 58% or whatever it is.
So Drew, you telling me that your kit's got even smaller than the last time I saw you?
I still use the dado light.
You still use a dado?
Dado light's the best, yeah.
Right. Yeah, because Dado's actually still run by Mr. Dado, isn't it?
Dado Vigo, yeah. And I was in contact with him, which was amazing.
Yeah, I heard he's still really into it all, and
Yep.
yeah, really connected to it all.
He was really good. I mean, his secretary was doing the translation, because I guess his English is not that good. I don't know. But I think when he was a child, he used to play with puppets a lot. Somebody told me, so he's kind of, the fact that it was a shadow puppet thing was probably quite, you know, quite nice for him.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, shame it didn't work out. For
Mm.
It'd been nice. Yeah.
That was the initial contact, was maybe he'll sponsor this. He didn't kind of get the kind of hint.
Well, that was before we thought that the crowd could go funding it. Was how can we fund it? And maybe sponsorship from a corporate body somewhere. They would get it right. But would it really do anything for Data Light just to say, oh, we sponsor this?
Yeah, maybe. I doubt for their audience.
Yeah.
But it might be. I don't know. Maybe it's even tax money.
Yeah, charitable donations. Something
But
like
my understanding is the lighting is mostly used for film and TV.
In my understanding, that's their bread and butter.
Yep.
yeah,
They're very precise.
We're in the theatre.
Yeah. Like really special focused lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like tabletop sort of stuff, like top down.
Yeah.
Food spreads.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
That's what people are always looking for, a hard shadow, and that is a great way of showing that your product's got a hard shadow. You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
What better way than the world's biggest?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a missed chance.
Well, you'd think the IMAX would be able to, you know, at least just say, hey, come see live the world's biggest shadow puppet.
I was really surprised by this 4-hour documentary.
It's very arbitrary. But I did say to Drew, go back and see what you do. But I guess it's a preventative measure to stop someone just going, there you go, there's a bunny.
Yeah,
2 seconds, I've done it.
it's a bigger commitment.
It's a bigger commitment.
Yeah. And I thought, you know, actually they would have been fine with me doing a cutout of one of my shadows and sticking it in front of the light. But I thought, well, then, you know,
Oh, so you
where's
could
the
just
kind
been a shadow puppet shadow?
I could have literally like taken one of my shapes. Like I'll show you my business card at the end, because it's got a literally it's a photograph of one of my shadows that's been laser cut. So when you shine a light through my card, you get a little shadow.
That's really cool.
I thought maybe I could do that. The guy in the hat, you know, because that's kind of me, you know. But I thought actually no, because I want to also do the kind of longest held hand shadow, because although they won't recognize that will be a world record. You know, I want to do the first hand shadow world record.
It's way cooler with the hand shadow.
Even if it's not the kind of most interesting shadow shape, you know.
No, but I think it's the fact that it's a hand. It's actually you doing it with your hand and body. It's much
cardboard cutout.
Yeah. Do you know what the last thing was? The last thing it got double cut out?
No, it was against the wall of a building, and they basically.
Commercial.
I don't know if it was a commercial. Maybe it was a commercial. Probably was a commercial. And Hyundai, they had a bunch of objects. You know when people kind of stack up objects and they turn a light on and you see a kind of shadow of
Yes.
something cool that you would never expect. So they had a kind of bunch of blocks on this wall, and when they shone a bunch of lights onto it, it made this kind of guy jumping or dancing.
Okay.
It's that kind of concept, but it's like, well, okay, that's kind of high budget thing to do because you've got to kind of put it on a wall and all that, but actually that's relatively simple, you know. Clever, it's a clever idea, but
Probably started something like that.
Oh, I know.
Going back there every.
Yeah, well, we're already, because they mentioned the bigger IMAXs in Germany. Yeah, we've done this, we'll do it again. You know, go larger.
well, I'm due to come back next year sometime. It's in the pipeline to do a project with the RNID, Royal National Institute for the Deaf, or of the Deaf, or whatever it is.
Okay.
So to do it here, because it's this thing of communicating with your hands,
Yeah, of course.
and how I make visual things that somebody who's hearing impaired or deaf can, it's a visual thing. And obviously people who speak sign language, they communicate visually with their hands, and obviously facial expression and all of those things come into it as well. So we want to kind of create a kind of purely visual. I've got a big PR agency on board. A friend of mine works for them. And originally they were going to be involved here, but it was a bit kind of short timing for them because they had a very busy summer with Wimbledon and.
And would you do more of a show?
Yeah, that would be a performance because I don't have to make the biggest shadow, so that would be a kind of story. Yeah.
That's lovely.
That's really cool.
And so what's your bread and butter? What do you do?
Photography, all photography stuff.
Any particular or
A lot of advertising. I do
you work with an agency?
agencies and people. I do writing.
Right.
I do photography, digital operating,
Right.
which is just the technical stuff. Anything really could be washing machine,
Chocolate bar,
could
something
be a
like
bar
that,
chocolate,
yeah.
could be anything really.
And how do people find them?
Word of mouth, really. Just sort of over the years now. It's just,
You're in the business, people know
yeah,
you.
basically, yeah. But I do different jobs, which is, I think, met Drew years ago doing a photography project with London Museum.
Right.
So yeah,
Well, you're my go-to photographer now. You do know that.
You're on staff now.
Well, because now and we've worked on several different, very different things actually. Because when we did the thing for the Swiss publication, that was a completely different remit to the first, the
Yeah.
first project that you brought in, and then obviously this is completely different again.
yeah. That's one of the things I love about photography. It just opens doors to experiences and things. And it's always that randomness of what's going to come.
Yeah.
What's going to come when the phone rings.
Yeah, this is very different.
How about you?
Oh, I work for the Ministry of Justice and Administration. So this is explaining to our
Victoria line.
Into Brixton, is that right? Brixton's the other end, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm always
What's
interested.
stopping you?
Nothing's stopping us. I really like London.
Yeah.
And I like London, so it's not, we're not desperate to move, but it's always being a chance.
Yeah, I think we were renting and we couldn't afford to buy a flat when we were renting. We moved to Eastbourne. Same setup, in terms of what we had. In fact, actually better because we now have a small garden. And we couldn't have done that much. So it wasn't massively different in terms of prices, but it made enough of a difference.
Well, that's the basic thing, isn't it? When a little business can be forever.
Sure.
It's like,
And it's the thing of equally, because you yourself, it doesn't matter where it is, essentially. And because I can work remotely, it doesn't matter where I live, as long as I'm in the UK. And we just sort of sitting there going, okay, why are we sitting here? Could be down by the coast. And during COVID, just being able to walk up and down the coast, or up and down the South Down. I think that changed a lot of people's mindset of actually we need to be outdoors, we need to have space and be able to
recalibrate what
yes,
is important.
and the other thing that brings up kids and kids there's just not that family time in obviously South Africa. So yeah, it's kind of like what's stopping us from doing it.
Yeah.
And
Also, if you're renting them, it's probably back in. It's not like it's just grand, so, like,
I mean we could equally sell up in Eastbourne and move back to London. We could have enough to be able to do that. But yeah.
it's always that. Like we always talk about that. Until we have somewhere to live.
Yeah.
Like, we're having the same conversation.
What does your partner do?
She works for charity.
Right. So that keeps her in
No,
a location.
she's actually pretty. She should do her role remotely.
Right.
And she does do her role remotely.
Okay.
Whereas with me,
Sure.
Yeah, a lot of the work is here, isn't it?
sorry, Drew.
A lot of the work is here.
Yes.
The big industry here, yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
say 60% of my work's in London.
Yeah.
And 70% maybe. So, and it's, I just don't really want to build a life where I'm commuting the whole time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or just staying, like getting a hotel room.
Whereas I think probably with Drew is 70% is abroad. You say it, Drew.
Well, it's definitely 50%. It's probably a bit, yeah, it's probably 70%. You're right, actually. Think of the last year with the three contracts in Germany.
It's so gratifying.
You could have it in writing, but I'm right-handed, so.
We got it on film.
I've got it on tape that time.
You've got witnesses as well.
I got it right.
This is all just you. It turns out these days.
Yeah, no, I've always thought I'd want to be by the sea.
Yeah,
But that's what I think. And in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, well, that would be retirement. But
Well, it's that
why
thing
leave it
where-
for that?
It's weird how my partner's brother has just moved back home to Exeter from Devon,
Yeah.
and him and his partner they were thinking we need to build our life around where we want to live, because most people can build their lives around where they need to work.
Yes, it's
So
all
you
about
sort of
job.
accidentally have a life,
Yes.
and so it is important. It did make me think a lot about that side, because it is you can spend years waiting to do the thing you actually want to do.
What's the time?
2.
Okay. How much time have we done?
We've got 2 hours and 34 minutes left.
Okay.
Doing very well.
Have you booked yourself into a fancy massage or something for your arm, Drew?
No, I haven't actually.
You should do.
Yeah.
I've got a school gig tomorrow as well.
You got what, sorry?
I've got a school gig tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
In Surrey.
Oh,
So it's
nice.
quite an early start, yeah. All day in school. Might be doing just single-handed shadows tomorrow.
What, so once you get how long does it take to kind of tick it off?
I think it's about 12 weeks.
Okay.
They've got quite a kind of long process around. Like if you apply, they take about 12 weeks.
Right.
I'm not going to hold my breath. It's like
No,
once I've
just
done it,
be nice
I
when it comes.
submit the evidence and then just forget about it, and whatever comes of it. If they say, on whatever technicality, you didn't get the record, that's fine. Disappointing, obviously, but it's possible that can happen, so that's fine. And if they do say you did it, that's great. But for me, if I do the 4 hours, then I've done what I wanted to do.
Yeah,
You know.
It's fun. I've never been part of a record attempt.
Wow.
I remember reading the books as a little kid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just flipping through and looking at all the records.
You know what I remember of the Guinness books is the 2 fat guys on the motorbikes, the biggest, the fattest twins.
Oh my god.
I have this mental image of this picture.
So funny.
Yeah.
That's really fun.
Of just 2 very large twins. They were definitely twins
Yeah.
on motor. What bizarre thing to remember.
The world's largest twins.
It was something like that. Or, yeah, the largest person on the smallest motorbike or something.
I was wondering, I don't know that, you know. I think it might be.
Well, there's the Guinness Housing Trust and everything as well, isn't there? So the Guinness family, I think, were quite wealthy and philanthropic. But whether they have anything to do with who starts recording this stuff?
Well, they have records in Guinness World Records from before they were recording, so they'll have things from history that have been well enough documented. Like there was one about theatre in the 1880s or something, and obviously that wasn't officially recorded like we're doing now. But they've obviously got enough documentation to go. This was the biggest theatre file, or whatever. I forget what it was. I don't know. But something about theatre.
You know, things like sports, you understand that there's a measurement, there's a record, there's an achievement. But some of them are quite bizarre.
Yeah, people eating planes.
I'm sorry, the airplane.
Somebody ate a plane. I think they ate more than one plane.
What, like a paper airplane?
No, like
An actual plane.
That's crazy.
There was something like that where you couldn't believe what you'd eaten, and it was glass and everything.
Oh, that's bad.
Well, they have the kind of most hot dogs or pies or
Yeah, in a
this
certain time frame.
most
as well,
water,
so
but yeah.
Have you seen the people that actually do the hot dog eating? It's disgusting.
I don't want to see it. No.
Like they have to dunk it in water so the bread like. Ew.
Yeah.
Because they don't have enough saliva, yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Leticio, the man who ate an entire plane.
An entire plane.
Cessna 150.
Okay, Cessna's a fairly small plane.
Project took approximately 2 years, including one in recognition in Guinness World Record.
First man to eat a plane, or ate the plane the fastest, or biggest plane eaten?
It's not just like, I think there is Michel Letitia, also known as Monsieur Mange too.
Yeah. That can't be good.
He estimated, it's estimated between 1959 and 1997 he consumed approximately 9 tons of metal.
God, it'd be fun going through an airport with him, wouldn't it?
But it's just like, I've got so many questions.
I know.
When did he start? And then when did he
Well,
think,
you asked
I'll,
that question.
I'll record this?
He claims to have eaten his first piece of glass at a swimming pool at age 16. After that, he began eating plates, nails, and bottles.
That can't be good for your digestive system. You know, no matter how tiny the pieces are, and presumably they're fairly ground down, it would still be, for your gut.
Apparently he had a unique digestive system.
Right.
Lining of his intestines and stomach were thick, and his stomach acids were stronger. And the gastroenterologist who x-rayed his stomach believed he could consume up to 2 pounds of metal, glass, or other types of objects.
Well, I met a guy who had this weird immune system, and cans would stick to him. Remember the can man?
Aluminium cans, like Coke cans.
Like, yeah, like he could stick a tin of nuts to his head, you know.
He could eat them, sorry, or
No, stick them to him.
stick them to his...
He had this weird kind of immune system, and I don't know, the kind of skin, and things would stick to him.
I did see in one of the world record books, I think it was a man with like most spoons attached to his face. And he had like 17 spoons just kind of like stuck to him. But I think maybe he had a similar thing where they just...
Yeah, that weird immune system. Yeah.
Well, I've just found out how the motorcycle works. So they were called the McCreary brothers. They were one-trick ponies who were massively obese. And they were twins. Their fame was enhanced because of a single photograph of them riding some tiny motorbikes.
And is that the record for the biggest person on the smallest bike?
That's the photograph. It's not a funny thing to remember, but it's fairly memorable.
Yeah, yeah. It's so funny what sits with you and some certain things they just stay forever.
It's 10 o'clock crew, so doing very well.
Hmm.
Stay and watch a film afterwards. You get staff discount tickets.
You just stay in your seat and don't have a ticket.
Presume there is a show in.
Yeah, that's why they moved our timings. They need us out by 1:45 because they've got to set up for a film at whatever time, 1:30.
Anyone seen any good films recently?
The last one we saw at the cinema was the Quiet Place third one.
Oh yeah.
Quiet
That was
Place
great,
one.
yeah.
Quite good. Yourself?
I saw the Planet of the Apes movie. The latest one, that was quite good.
Okay.
I watched the first Quiet Place in the cinema and it was amazing.
Yeah,
Because
very good.
when it's quiet, it's really quiet.
Sure.
And then I watched the second one at home and it wasn't as good. So I haven't watched the third one yet. But,
Right.
Oh dear.
Did he enjoy it then?
He's scared him actually.
How old is he,
He's
Mark?
only 5.
Okay.
so,
And you, but there was a lot of the characters were quite like the baddies were like real
Looming giants.
looming and
Yeah.
it was him. I took him and his little mate and his friend Eddie who sat next to me and he just said, "I'm really scared."
Oh.
And I felt really bad for him. I said, "Do you want me to take you out? Do you want to go?" And he was like, "No, no, no." And he wanted to stay. And then my son was just sat there like this. And both of them really wanted to stay.
Yeah.
It was just like, I'm sure they're fine. But So like it's an evil chef or something.
Right.
But he had to leave it.
Gordon Ramsay's in it, isn't he?
Yeah. But he,
You
yeah.
had to leave the film.
Yeah, yeah. It was too scary. And it's just like, it's such a shame. But there's so many films that you don't. We started with watching Lion King. And I don't know if you remember.
The hyenas are scary.
Yeah, the first 15 minutes, his dad dies.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Yeah,
it,
he
but
gets
yes.
stampeded with buffalo. And,
Yeah.
yeah, we put it on when he was about 3 and we were like, whoa, actually.
Too much.
Too soon. We're watching that, it's fine.
It's the plot of Hamlet, you know.
Yeah.
Is it?
So it's the king gets murdered and it's his brother who murders him. Yeah. So it's based on Hamlet. Yeah.
Ah.
There was a little boy in my show yesterday, about 4 or 5 years old, and his mum had brought him, and she said, and he's been to the barge. I was pulling on the barge. She's seen puppet shows there, but
Yeah.
obviously it's a shadow show. And she told the staff, I didn't hear this till afterwards, he's afraid of shadows. Oh, great. Okay then. But he was.
Wrong show, yeah.
No, but he was so interesting because what he said apparently, because my friend was sitting next to them, I had a friend in the audience, and she said, when it starts, I've got this routine where I do kind of ta-da, but I'm not in front of the light, I'm on the other side, so I don't have no shadow.
Yeah.
And then gradually I find my shadow and it's following me, and you know, there's kind of a whole lot of play with that. And he said to his mum, who's that other man?
Oh,
And he saw the shadow as like it was somebody else.
wow.
He didn't connect it until I made a couple of shadows like a cat and a dog routine in that, and then I get into this routine with music with lots of different animals. And then he clicked, oh, it's him doing that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
And
Yeah.
then he got it into his head that that's
Yeah.
what the shadow is.
But I don't think he was afraid of it at all.
Well, once you can explain it, it's not scary, is it?
Yeah.
But I can imagine if you didn't understand what it was terrifying.
Yeah. And it's quite intense, you know, the barge, it's a boat, and it's a small space that gets dark, and there are all these weird puppets hanging around, or some people see them as quite weird anyway. And then there was a little baby in the front row with his parents, and parents were great. They were really good with him, and he was behaving really well. And then there's the thing where I have a snake, I conjure a snake out of my hat, and then I get a fright, and I drop the hat and the snake, and I scream.
Right.
And the kids started to scream as well, like crying, ah! So I kind of made eye contact with him, and the parents kind of calmed him down.
Oh,
And
that's
really
very
quickly, he got into the kind of drama and went, like, okay, it's fine now, the snake's gone.
I think the kids, they do take their lead from everyone else around
Yeah.
them, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
If you're sitting calmly and you're not, if you're not scared,
Yeah.
then hopefully they'll see that.
Yeah, and the parents were really great at just going, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, you got to be so careful not to transfer stuff onto kids, like, especially around, like, if you're scared, like my partner's scared of dogs,
Right.
and so that energy, I think, they pick up on the, you know, so then, because her mum's slightly scared of dogs, but my partner's really scared of dogs. And it's almost amplified because she sees his parent being scared, and it's more scary.
Right. My mum was terrified of horses. She's not as much of a problem as the dogs because
Yeah.
you're not going to see a horse every day of the week.
Yeah.
But her mother was terrified of horses. So at that time in Ireland, there would be horse drawn in the dairy truck or the dairy carriage or whatever.
Rag and bone
Street.
man, yeah.
And seeing a horse in the street was quite common. And if she saw the horse, she'd bang on someone's door, let me in, there's a crazy horse, let me in, help. And that, exactly as you just said, transferred to my mother. Thankfully it didn't transfer to me, but
Well, I guess if you're not probably not against like if your formative years was spent dodging horses, you probably wouldn't. But because you probably didn't do that.
No,
You
no.
know, you were rational enough by the time you were aware of
it's
it.
not a fear.
Yeah.
But it's funny that I talked about film, my favourite is Jaws. When I watched it, I was too young. But Jaws is only a PG.
Is it?
It's only a PG. And it was Steven Spielberg who said this film is too violent to be PG, and he was the one who was instrumental in introducing PG-13. I was terrified.
Oh man, I'm surprised you're saying it's a PG. That's
It's a PG, definitely.
Well, I think we're a lot more desensitized. You know, my dad used to say when Psycho came out, he had a friend who went to the cinema to see it, and every time the shower scene was coming up, he'd run out of the cinema.
Yeah.
You know, and I think people are a lot more desensitized to
Yeah.
that. Psycho's fairly tame, actually.
Yeah.
You know.
I remember
Now.
seeing The Exorcist for the very first time, and it was a re-showing. I don't know how old it is. It must be 1974 or something like that. And people in the audience were laughing, and I just thought this is the most stupid film I've ever seen. I didn't find it scary at all.
I
really
didn't get on
boring
with
and
it.
then a bit disgusting.
Say again?
I never got on with it.
No.
I watched it once when I was 10 and I laughed at it. When she came down the stairs backwards, we thought that was hilarious. And then I tried to
I
watch
like
it again later.
Mark's review. It was really boring, then a bit disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
never
couldn't see
got on with it.
what it was all about.
But I think it's also that time when people are a lot more religious and it's quite
Possibly.
blasphemous, isn't it? So you have to shock.
Shocking. Yeah.
It's so blasphemous.
Yeah. Whereas I love The Omen. The Omen, I think, is a great, great film. It's so much better. The Exorcist is just
Super boring. It goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
I've seen clips of it. I haven't seen the whole film. I just thought it was silly.
It's funny that those sort of horror movies, I guess they do still make them. They're more like, it's more like the Saw movies and things like that now.
That's torture.
Torture movies.
Stuff.
It's more like horrors now. It's not like the Devil's Coming.
Yeah, yeah.
So scary. You see him in the video shop. Red.
Maniac Cop. Remember Maniac Cop?
Maybe I
Remember the Hellraiser?
Yeah.
That was the one.
Pinhead.
Yeah. Again, I think it's a pretty bad movie, but I remember it, like, the box was always just like,
Yeah. The thing that terrified the living daylights out of me was the American Werewolf. And it's a comedy, but I didn't get that when I was too young. I couldn't turn the lights off. I couldn't sleep with the lights off. It was just
horrible feeling.
terrible.
Was it that bit where he turns into the werewolf?
That's the bit.
Yeah.
That's the bit. Yeah.
I've seen clips of that recently, and it's like really interesting how they did it
It's
back
all
in the day.
practical effects, isn't it?
And there's like lots of like bones cracking, and like it is creepy.
Yeah. It's a horrible. I mean, amazing how they did it. But I love all of those practical effects. Even just watching Gremlins, you think all those puppets.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Tell me we're halfway.
That's 10 past 10, so you started at 8:23. So
Yeah,
nearly
okay.
there. Nearly halfway.
I saw Wonka, the new Wonka movie.
Okay.
I saw it here. It's actually really good.
Is that Timothy
Chalamet,
Chalamet?
yeah.
Okay.
I didn't realise, but it's a musical, and I don't get on with musicals. I don't really like them, but I really enjoyed Wonka. Yeah, probably did continue doing
Now,
that.
you know you're getting old when they've remade the remake.
Yeah.
Because the original was Gene Wilder, then Johnny
Yeah.
Depp did one, now
No,
it's this guy.
Gene Wilder's is the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They remake. What?
This one's like before he made his chocolate factory.
Okay.
Oh, so it's
It's
like
the
prequel.
origin story of how we
Yeah.
got to the chocolate.
So my partner's mum watched it with her little sister when it came out, and she described it to us. She says basically Wonka's a drug dealer, and that's the movie. And if you go into it with that mindset, it's hilarious.
Okay, fair enough.
Because Johnny Depp sort of played him as Michael Jackson, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Quite a strange choice.
Yeah. I
Do you
mean,
need anything?
here he's
Could I have my
got,
naked bar?
crazy chocolates and like sweets that make you euphoric and everything, and it was just very strange.
I like Timothy Chalamet. He's quite good.
Yeah, yeah. I've only seen him in Wonka, and
Dune.
haven't actually seen it.
Oh, okay.
But the last Wes Anderson movie, like The French Dispatch,
Right.
which I didn't quite get. Wasn't really a fan of that.
Thank you.
See,
What was the Wes
yeah,
Anderson we saw?
They're good in small doses. I really
Something
like
Town.
The Darjeeling
Meteor
movie,
Town?
that's my favourite.
Atomic Town? Asteroid Town?
Asteroid City.
Asteroid City.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Asteroid City yet. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah, I wouldn't
No.
particularly recommend it.
It was kind of interesting.
Where the early stuff was so
It was good.
unique and charming, and it's almost like it became this.
The last few have been a lot more like style over substance. I
Yeah.
feel.
He's trying to be quirky almost, I think.
Also, I think it's that thing where because it's so stylistically identifiable, you get copied a lot, copied badly. You get sick of the whole genre of done badly. And even though he's the master film, like the best film he did, still fantastic. But there was that weird period where everything was like super twee.
What a big film.
We were just saying, Darjeeling is a good.
Yeah. The Grand Budapest Hotel, I
Yeah.
think, is the biggest one that everyone loves.
What's the only one with Bill Murray in it? Oh, Life Aquatic.
Yeah, Steve Zissou.
And there's another one. There's another one that's really funny. It's about a young man who walks around in a velvet suit, and he's competing for the affections of a girl, Bill Murray, an older man.
So Bill Murray is his kind of go-to person for a comedic couple.
He did Fantastic Mr. Fox, which is good. It's based off a Roald Dahl book,
Yeah.
and it's all like stop motion. And then he did another one called Isle of Dogs, which I don't know if that's an original story or not. But that
And
was-
that's animation as well, isn't it?
yeah, it's all stop motion. It's really, really good, and it's a bit more of like a. It's not so much a kids' movie. Like the story is a bit more mature.
Isle of Dogs.
Yeah, really good.
Have you seen a film here?
I've only seen Wonka here.
You've seen Wonka?
I've seen something here.
I think we saw
We saw Dunkirk, yeah.
Dunkirk.
Mm.
It was great.
And that was
Amazing.
shot in IMAX, wasn't it? So it like filled the screen.
And also,
The sound effects were just,
Oh.
when the bullets were going past, it was like, whoa.
also one of the last Star Wars film,
Okay.
Yeah.
not quite so good.
Someone had to be dragged to see Star
Oh, it went on, and it's, oh my God, the story's finished. Actually, there wasn't a story, but you know.
There was no story then.
New ones, they always seem to still take on the Death Star. But there's like 4 movies, I think, where they still take on the Death Star.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay when you do it in Return of the Jedi because, okay, that's fine. They blew it up and then they rebuilt it. What? And then they went and built another one?
But it's the same thing, they're like, oh, we've got to go in small ships and blow up this thing.
This big thing. Yeah. And this time I am your grandfather.
Yeah,
What?
exactly.
I'm your aunt's second cousin twice removed. Yeah, it's like you're running out of plot here.
She was Luke's daughter, and then we all go, yes, that's absolutely acceptable. She's his daughter. It's fine. What?
I read somewhere that George Lucas had all these plans for the original 3, and he couldn't, the technology wouldn't allow him to do it, because obviously he made Industrial Light and Magic
Yeah.
to try and get close to what he wanted to do, but it was interesting, almost like the way that he was limited meant that there was lots of, lots of sex, suits, physical puppets,
Yeah,
and it gave it that style, but actually,
Texture.
if he'd have had his own way, it would be way Yeah.
But we saw it. They re-released it in real D, 3D. We didn't see it in the IMAX, but we saw it both cinema, and it transformed the film somehow. It felt like the water was tipping out the screen. It was really incredible. I mean, how they did it retrospectively and put the 3D on it, I don't know, but it was unbelievable.
That's really cool.
And for a film that I could recite backwards, there was a couple of moments where I jumped, even though I knew. Like, wow.
That's cool.
I haven't seen a film in 3D in
Yeah, it's sort of,
They went through phases. They go through
Yeah.
phases of them. And then
But a good 3D
Cameron
film
redid
is really
Titanic
good.
in 3D. Yeah.
I've never really seen a movie. Actually, I saw Avatar years. I think that was one of the first ones that did. That was
Yeah.
cool.
That was made for 3D. Like,
think
it
it
meant
was,
to be
wasn't it?
better
Yeah.
in 3D.
Yeah.
But then after Avatar came out, they were just chucking every movie in 3D.
Yeah, I just got a bit bored of it.
Yeah.
It also is, it's never quite, the ones I saw, it was never quite, you kind of just want, if you're going to watch a 3D movie, you just want it to be everything flying at you.
Yeah. Star Wars would be good in 3D.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you'd think that. But
We saw the first new one of the three in 3D, didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, when the Star Destroyer comes at you and the point
Mm.
is coming out of the
Yeah.
screen, it's like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. But it's just a beginning, isn't it?
It is a gimmick, I think. Well, also, I think it gets in the way of storytelling. You kind of want to just, it works really well two-dimensionally, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And one of the things that I've sort of come to appreciate movies for even more is the fact that it's like a finite time. So like, a good movie will wrap up, it tells you the story.
You can do it in an hour and 45 minutes, can't you?
Well, if it's
Comfortably.
done well, you know, if it's written and designed for that purpose, then you get this full arc of the story. And I think the cynicism of modern times where they're just stringing stuff out is
Yeah.
a shame. You can look at the difference between like Lord of the Rings, the first trilogy, which was amazing,
Yeah.
and Hobbit, where they made 3 films out of it.
That's a very slim book. Yeah.
And it's just the most, it's the most boring. It's just such, but that's the thing, is like the cynicism of like, we can make most money.
But you can see when you see a film, you think, right, this is only part one. I forget what, because we watch Mark Kermode, who's the film critic, and he does a lot on YouTube. We watch a lot of his reviews, and he'll say, you know, this is very much part one. I forget what he was talking about. It might have been Planet of the Apes or something like that. But he's just saying this is all set up.
Yeah.
So the whole film is a setup for part 2, and it's like,
Yeah.
but it should be a film in its own right.
Yes, 100%.
You know, you could. Well, I think you could watch any one of the 3 original Star Wars. You know, that's okay. Maybe Empire is not much of a beginning and not much of an end, but it's not a setup for another.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It's its own story. It has a full arc of
I
the
think
story.
so.
Yeah. I guess it's that thing, isn't it? Because it's. I'm trying to think of something in recent times that's had that level of. You want to know what happens in the story. It just doesn't feel. It's nice when you, like, especially TV now, I feel like most TV just goes on and on and on. You know, like every character has like its own back. They have like 2 episodes for somebody. It's like
A secondary
cleaning,
character.
cleaning
Yeah.
the corridor of them. You know, it's just like, oh god, it's so boring. I find that even good stuff doesn't hold my attention in the same way anymore.
We've started watching some German dramas, and they've been spectacular.
Oh, really?
Really good.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. And are you watching it on Netflix?
No, just Channel 4 iPlayer. So, I mean, we don't have Netflix, but we staying at a friend's and just flicking through and going, there's nothing here for us.
Yeah.
Just literally, I don't want to see, what is it, Lord of the Rings TV
Yeah.
show.
Oh my
It's like,
goodness.
no. I watched all of the Lord of the Rings director's cut, 4 hours for each film. I'm done.
Yeah.
That's 12 hours of Lord of the Rings. That's enough.
Enough of my life.
That's enough. But you know, what it is now is these films are being made for $300 million. And
Gotta have a return.
you've got to have
But that's where, yeah, with a really good like taut storyline where you marches you through it.
Yeah.
It's good. You know,
Yeah.
you were engaged the whole time, and I remember like I had me and my friend went to see Spider-Man years ago.
Who was Spider-Man?
I think it was Andrew Garfield,
Right, at the beginning.
and my mate's called it the Amazing Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. But like his name is Spider-Man. But we were sat in the cinema and we were about to leave, and the lady next to us said, "Oh, if you wait, there's a bit at the end of it." And so we ended up chatting to her while we were waiting for the film to end. It turned out she was on her own. She lived down the road, and she just goes, she's really into films. And we ended up like making friends with her, and then hanging out, and then we are regular meetups at the cinema. So it was really nice. And but because we met a superhero movie, we started doing superhero movies, and I think I did it for about a year and a half. And I remember sitting in the Henry Cavill Superman.
Oh, that was a
It was so, and I remember just sitting there, and there was that fight scene that goes on, and it was just explosions and everything exploding for probably half an hour.
Yeah.
And I remember just thinking, this is so, and it broke me for all superheroes.
I
was so bored of it.
I remember watching that in the cinema, and I think I'd taken a day off work to go and see it. Man of Steel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I had to go home and watch Superman the movie from 1978. Give me some Christopher Reeve just to get it out of my system.
It's so bad.
And they ruined Star Trek as well, like that. Fight scenes and explosions.
It just, but I feel like the thing that's weird because I've got two kids under 5, and we just don't have. Like by the time the kids are in bed, we clean up, and then by the time that's done, we kind of go to bed.
Yeah.
So we're really out of the loop of watching stuff. And I find my attention is very shrunk.
Yeah.
I'm just so bored of even good stuff. But that's why I'm trying to get back into movies because I think they're better use of time.
Well, we were at home and I had Channel 4 again, and I said, this Quiet Place thing, I've heard good things, don't know what it is, didn't know, I didn't want to say it's aliens because, so we gave it a go and we watched all 3 and the first one was really,
First one's really
just the whole no dialogue, and there was a deaf character, and again, going back to the communicating with the hands, and what an interesting concept of being able to communicate, being very quiet, and just something very different, even though the whole conceit is the alien invasion and everything. But interesting filmmaking, and it wasn't explosions and all of this kind of stuff and superheroes. It was just ordinary family, and actually at the heart of it was a young son had been killed right at the beginning of the film, and it's about grief and loss, and that's really what it was about.
Yeah.
But when you're just watching mindless explosions,
It doesn't have a soul.
it doesn't have a soul. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
And I think that's why I feel like a lot of movies, the point when you feel like it's soulless, you just think, oh,
I've switched off. Yeah.
it's not interesting. The same as like violence and stuff. It's like when the violence is part of the plot, which is to develop characters.
Sure.
Then it's. I saw a stupid film on Netflix.
Sorry, you've done 2 hours, Drew.
Well done, Drew.
Well done.
I saw. Do you remember Patrick Swayze Roadhouse movie?
I have heard of it. I have never seen it.
As a kid, I watched it and loved it. And
Is he a kickboxer?
It's a stupid movie, but he's Patrick Swayze. He's super cool.
It's Patrick Swayze.
He's got a mullet.
He's
What
got a
would you
mullet,
want?
great mullet, great mullet, and the plot's so stupid because he's a bouncer who gets hired to go into
Alright, can I get anything?
No, for now. My hand is getting a bit, struggling a bit.
Say again?
My hand is struggling a bit.
And so it's stupid, but
You're doing very well. You're past the halfway mark.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
does yoga. He's like this, like he doesn't drink alcohol. He's like, so he's
He's
kind of
like
like this
really,
cerebral guy
yeah.
who's also deadly violent kind of thing. But it's so silly. But the new version that they just remade, I watched this new version and it's got Jake Gyllenhaal as instead of Patrick Swayze. But it's so interesting how different culturally we are, what different stage we're at culturally. Because the new character is like he was an MMA fighter who had killed somebody in the ring, and then like he was completely down on his luck. So he's like, this guy's living in his car. He's a loser. He's got nowhere to turn but go to this bar. So the plot's sort of like loosely the same, but the characters are so different. And whereas Patrick Swayze's character was like this guy who almost didn't want to fight, he was like intelligent, and he was reading books and doing yoga and all this stuff in the background. And he was almost like
The reluctant hero.
He didn't want to fight, but
Yeah.
they made him fight, kind of thing. Whereas like the new guy, he's just like beating people up from the get go, and it's like there's no
It doesn't have soul to it.
no soul, but also no personality. Like his character, like Gyllenhaal's character, is just like anodyne, like nothing. And I think the Taxi Driver. No, is it not Taxi Driver? Sorry, Driver, the Ryan Gosling movie, where that was
Drive.
like Drive. And again, that movie was like the point where the male lead role was this ultra-violent, completely like blank person. And it's interesting. I think it was Mark Kermode that was talking about Drive, because there was the point where a traditional movie would have had, they would have kissed, they're in this lift, and they would have kissed.
And had a love scene
And
at this
instead he
point.
beats someone to death in a lift in front of her. And then that's it. Like there's no, they don't connect. It's like this weird point. But then, so this character in the Roadhouse movie just felt like such a counterpoint to what was
What was on before.
what the 80s saw as like the lead man. And it's really interesting. It made me think a lot about, you know, culture and what we
But they're pandering to an audience, aren't they?
yeah.
A visual audience. If you look at the first, if you look at the difference between the first Terminator and the second Terminator, and just the fact that the kid is saying in the second one, don't kill anyone. You know, because in the first one the body count is phenomenal, and there was no consequence to that.
You mean the second one?
In the first one, the body count was phenomenal, but in the second one, he's the good Terminator, so to speak. He's the protector, and the young boy he's sent to protect and says to him, "You can't go around just killing people." And the difference is, it's just ever so slightly it makes him likable. You know, that he's not going around killing everyone, and that he learns from that. But I get what you're saying. I think it's a different sensibility.
There's a really, do you know, what's his name? It's Jay and Silent Bob are the characters, but he's a filmmaker.
Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
So Kevin Smith does a lot of spoken word stuff,
Right.
and he's got this amazing. You can Google it. It's on YouTube. It's this amazing anecdote about when he nearly wrote Superman. I think it was a Superman.
Superman Returns.
Superman,
something like
something.
that, yeah.
And he nearly got the basically
Got the gig.
They commissioned him to write it,
Right.
and then it changed. But what's really interesting is that anecdote he tells is he basically has to work with the producer.
Right.
There's him and this producer who, and the producer's just like this idiot, just like everywhere he wanted him to fight. Like, so he's in the Fortress of Solitude. He's like, can you fight someone? He's like, it's the Fortress of Solitude. There's no one here. He's like, what about Polar Bear? Can you fight? You know,
Polar bear.
Apparently, this producer was obsessed with him fighting a giant spider. But he's like, this is what the audience. I know what the audience wants. Like, the audience, so it's all about this spider, and then the movie never got made.
Thank God.
And then apparently the producer went on to make Wicked Wild West or
Wild
whatever,
West, yeah,
the Will
Will
Smith
Smith,
one, and he
yeah.
fights a spider in that as a metaphor. there's a metal spider.
That I do
Don't
remember.
think so.
And it was the same. It's just like, but it all makes sense when you go, oh yeah, you're trying to make money. And you're trying to, you just like.
Who does that appeal to?
But that's what they think. Well, I think that all the remakes appeal like, there's a new Beetlejuice movie that's
Yeah.
just come out, and I think that's just appeals to everyone of that generation.
That's nostalgia, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's just there's that guarantee that people will go see it. And I think when you put like you say hundreds of millions of pounds, it's not about art or it's not about it's about making money. It has to return. It has to make a return.
But the first film wasn't that great. It's like, wow, they're kind of cashing in on that film.
I'd like to watch it again. I remembered it being brilliant, but
I didn't like it.
did you not?
Well, it's personal taste, I guess, but yeah.
Was it Michael Keaton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, because the interesting thing there is his star is now rising again.
Well, great for him. That's
He
marvelous.
would he have been asked to do this film? He's been nominated for an Oscar or something in the last couple of years.
I don't know.
Birdman?
Birdman, yeah. Birdman. That was brilliant. That's got such an amazing tracking shot.
The whole thing is one shot, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the whole film is supposed to be one shot. I think there are clear-headed points, but
The one that you might be right. The one that
might I be right?
the one that I
Twice in one day.
We got it on film. We got it on film. I remember there being one tracking shot.
Right.
It's about 15 minutes long.
Yes.
So I might be wrong, but that's the way I remember it. It's a normal film, but then they have this bit where I think it goes out of the. He's in the theatre.
He goes up the
theatre,
stairs
on the
and out
street.
the roof.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes out the street.
It goes on the street and then comes in through another door and comes back again. But it goes back to him. But I think I forget exactly what it is. But maybe he's doing a monologue or something.
Yeah.
But I remembered that as an unbroken shot. I don't remember the whole film as being an unbroken one shot.
No. What was the one we watched? The war one? Was it
1917. 17.
1917.
It's supposed to be one. It's not. It's obviously not one shot, but it's supposed to be. But Rope is also supposed to be one shot, and it's not. It's not possible to do a feature-length film in one shot.
Yeah,
Well, not in
otherwise
those
you
days
just
when they
follow
could
the
get film
character
camera.
around in real time. Like
There
there
was-
has to be like time jumps within the film.
Well, it depends on. There's a couple of films that have been single shots. There's one I've not seen it. I'd really like to see it, but apparently they had the budget to do it. They had the budget to do 5 takes
Right.
because obviously it's a whole long.
You would do the
It's
entire
3
film as
takes.
a take, yeah.
Yeah.
The whole film.
The
They
whole
could do it
film
over
was
and over again.
unbroken.
Wow.
They've got 3, but the budget was because it wasn't like a massive budget movie, but yeah, they had the budget to do it 5 times. We did it 3 times. We got what they did. But there's no cut. It's just, and I think it moves through. But it's crazy. It goes through like nightclub, like
Yeah.
into the street, through,
Sure.
it goes all.
There's a scene in a Bond film, I think it's Spectre, the opening credits, it's all one shot. There's, I don't know if you've ever seen Goodfellas, there's a tracking shot where they get out of the car and they go in through the back
back
door
of the
of the restaurant
Yeah.
and all the way to their
So
table,
good.
which is fantastic. Really, really good shot, but I can't imagine how you could do that for a whole film.
Yeah,
The
well, that's just
logistics of
orchestrated
that.
of like, yeah.
But I wonder how much bigger the budget would be for a film where you get the opportunity to do 5 takes of the entire film, as opposed to traditional methods where you're doing turnaround and.
Well,
You
think
know.
about it, if you film a whole film in one take, that's going to take you an hour and 45 minutes.
Exactly.
Let's say.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you could technically.
But you'd have to rehearse the whole thing quite a lot
So much
beforehand.
rehearsal, I think,
Yeah.
And then
There's all the
also
setup and
and all the extras was ready to go, and everybody
Yeah.
kind of like doing everything that they're supposed to do on cue.
And then the camera goes through there, and then that person moves out the way. They move that furniture, that wall moves, or whatever it is. Yeah. What is the film called?
What was that, really?
What is the film called, Mark?
I'd need to Google it. I can't remember. I've not seen it. I read all about it because it was so interesting.
I'm just
but
interested to see, how they did it. Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see. I think it didn't go down as being a great film, but it's great because it's the achievement of
Sure.
doing that.
There's a Jake Gyllenhaal movie where he's like a 911 operator,
Oh yeah.
and he's just in like this big call center, and he's like going through with someone on the phone, and the whole movie is just that.
Wow.
It's quite good.
Mm.
It's quite good.
Wasn't there one? I think the one in the phone booth.
Colin Farrell.
That wasn't
Yeah.
one take, was it? But there was
No.
one. Was the one where the guy was buried alive?
Yeah, that wasn't one take either, but
Oh, right.
it's that's a really good movie actually. That's I can't remember what his name's
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, it's one. It's on paper you go, how can this be a whole film? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's literally in the box of the whole movie.
I haven't seen that.
It's actually really good. I remember thinking they actually did that really well. It's got a lot of suspense, but a lot of it's him just inside a coffin. He wakes up in a coffin
Okay.
and not knowing how he got there or something. It's just
Not for the claustrophobic.
no.
I saw a new Ryan Reynolds movie, or Ryan Gosling movie. Fall Guy.
Oh yeah, because that's a remake as well, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Based on a
It
TV
was
show.
Oh, really?
back in the 80s.
What's his face? Lee
Yeah.
Majors,
It's,
yeah.
it was quite a fun film. Like, it was very self-aware, and it didn't take itself too seriously.
Yeah.
And none of it is grounded in reality at all. Like, everything is just ridiculous and stupid. But it's a really just like fun movie, which was quite refreshing. Like, it didn't take itself too seriously or try to set up a sequel or anything. Like, it all tied up nicely. Yeah.
I've heard of the Fall Guy, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I didn't think I would like it. It just the mate said, "Oh, let's go watch it." And I don't know what to do.
Bit different to Barbie.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that either.
Yeah.
Fun.
I worked on the movie poster today.
Oh right.
Yeah, the sets were incredible. They
Yep.
they were all painted sets. So, and then they looked pretty crappy until they started moving.
Right.
And then because they had all the different layers, but it was all scenically painted.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Did it with him?
Yeah, up in
Pinewood?
no, Warner Brothers one, which is in Watford.
Mm.
But yeah, it was cool. The set was amazing. But yeah, it was just I think it won an Oscar actually. The set.
Like all the bit when they're on the waves and stuff, and it looks like old school theatre set.
Super clever.
Yeah, it's really beautiful look to it. Yeah.
Talking of that Goodfellas, I did a shoot last year and for Emirates. We were in Dubai on a plane. It was the weirdest job because we flew in on the same plane that we photographed on. We shot on the plane for 6 days and then flew back on the same plane.
You were filming the commercials.
Just like just adverts for the like plane seats and like
Right.
just showing what first class looked like.
Yeah.
But the big boss of Emirates was on the shoot. He was like, I don't know what his role, but he was like top guy in Emirates. And I got on the plane and I was trying to get on, but he was in front of me and I was walking and basically my view was at the back of his shoulders and the back of his head. And as I was walking through, everybody was sort of like, like reacting to him. And it was like I could see what it was like for him to walk.
Yeah.
It was so funny, but it reminded me so much of the Goodfellas.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah.
like, because we travelled through the whole plane, there's only one route. It was really funny. It really made me think of that. How you doing, Drew?
Yeah, my arm's pretty sore.
I'm not surprised.
Not a lot of blood in my fingers.
Do you need anything?
I'm alright actually. Yeah. I've just got to keep everything moving actually, ironically.
Really hard, isn't it?
The weirdest thing is looking at the shape, because yeah, my hand is moving a little bit, but over time I'm going, is that still the same shape? I can't, it's like, wow.
Yeah, it looks the same.
Yeah. Just every so often I just have to twist the hand a little bit like that,
Can you just wiggle your wrist a little tiny bit? Little sort of nods. That help.
It's more kind of the entire,
Yeah.
like my bicep is solid.
surprise.
Yeah.
Maybe you need like sugar or something. You know, like
It has a naked pasta. That's it's got some sugar and the gravy. That's great.
You want your orange juice because that's
Yeah, that would be good actually.
a bit
Yeah.
of a sugar boost.
And put it in place of the water bottle.
I feel like what was the little guy in Rocky? You can do it. You can do it. I get a wet towel and start toweling you down. Who was the little Burgess Meredith? That's who it was. He was the original Joker in Batman.
Oh wow. Oh, that's right.
Burgess
yeah.
Meredith. He was
Meredith,
he was the little guy in Rocky, but he was the original Joker.
I know you've gone off comic book movies and superhero movies, but have you seen the new Joker?
yes.
That was
That's a little bit different, isn't it? Yeah.
I've always got time for what's his name?
Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix. What a guy! He's so great.
Did you see Napoleon?
No, yes, I did. I did see it. That's probably, I saw that in the cinema.
Down there.
Just be
I was a little
careful because there's
disappointed
something
if I'm
wrapping
being
around in there.
Yeah, I was really excited to see it,
Yeah.
and then I saw someone I knew saw it and said it wasn't that great. It was a bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's because there was so much hype behind it.
Right?
I was just.
Yeah.
I was hoping to learn a lot more about Napoleon than I did. I just found it. That they sort of the bit that they focused on. It didn't really. Yeah, I don't know. The plot, the actual story that they chose to tell. I guess it was quite. They chose to make it quite a small story, like not small, but like
Yeah.
focus on a very specific thing.
You know where the jets are?
What I've been using, go out that door and turn right. I've been using the disabled ones.
I'm sure we're allowed to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I actually learned quite a lot about Napoleon watching it. That's quite kind of interesting that you felt that you didn't. Because I knew the kind of basic facts about Napoleon, but there's a lot that I didn't. A lot of the details that I didn't know, like when he came back from Elba and he got the army on his side again, and was kind of trying to become emperor again, and then the British got him and shipped him off to St Helena.
Yeah.
That was yeah, you're right. It was kind of focused around him and Josephine and
Yeah,
that.
the fact that they chose to focus on it, make it a love story.
Yeah,
That was what I found. It was interesting because again, it's like you're never quite sure how much of it's done for the film.
yeah,
But yeah, it was interesting the level of control I guess she had over him,
yeah,
and that was a fascinating aspect of it, and it's something that I didn't know about.
yeah,
But I sort of did know the top line kind of thing about what happened to Napoleon. But it's such a fascinating life. It just felt like I think I was a tiny bit disappointed because I thought it was going to be grander than it was.
yeah.
I
Right,
thought it was going
right.
to be more all-encompassing, and because
Yeah.
I mean geopolitically, what Napoleon did to the world, and the fact that for the rest of Europe, like French were running around chopping everyone's head off, and the rest of Europe,
Royalty, yeah,
the threat of Napoleon, like what he was bringing, the threat that he was bringing, was absolutely revolutionary. Would have been, and I don't know. I thought it sort of skated over a lot of his, because it covered such a large portion of his life. It's just like I just felt like it just skated over a lot of the historical moments to allow it to tell the full arc story of their love affair.
yeah.
I don't know. It was that. I felt like that was why I was a bit disappointed by it. But
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, for me, it's interesting because we had the civil war here, and then Cromwell basically became the king.
yeah,
And in France, then it happened there. They got rid of the monarchy, and then he essentially became royalty. And it's like it seems like people rebel, and then they go, actually, we need something like this to run the country.
Yeah.
It seems to be this human instinct. We'll get rid of them, and then actually we need a figurehead.
well, the French basically wanted what the English had, which was
Parliamentary democracy.
and
Yeah.
and it was all about raising taxes because the system before in the monarchy they couldn't raise taxes taxes, so they couldn't fund. France was basically bankrupt.
That's right. They had big financial problems with Necker and
Massive
all that.
financial
Yeah, yeah.
problems. But there were so many points when they could have probably just resolved it, and it probably would have ended up just like England, with a figurehead monarch that was
Not political specifically.
but like a check against, a check against everything else.
Yeah, a kind of balance to the parliament.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but then also this thing Napoleon invaded Russia and that was too far, and then you think Hitler did the same thing and that was his downfall,
Yeah.
and you just think, don't you look at the history books and learn anything, guys? It's not going to work,
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that Russia's biggest defence is just the scale of it.
The weather and the scale,
The
yeah.
logistics of the supply lines just get ridiculous. And
Yeah.
there's a podcast called Rest is History.
Mm.
And
Right.
they've just done a French Revolution. They've done it from I think it's just got to the point where they were about to start chopping everyone's head off,
Mm.
and then they're going to continue it. But it's like I think it's about 8 or 9 parts. It's really if you're interested, it's really interesting. It's really super interesting. It just makes you think about. So much of it was just about money.
Yeah.
But then it's pretty horrific, the whole process. It's interesting they were talking about how Marie Antoinette was essentially, what a victim she was, obviously because she had her head chopped off, but also it wasn't,
There is that, yeah.
she was painted as this demonic kind of like sex mad, evil woman.
Foreigner.
A lot of it was just misogynistic.
Austrian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Austrian, yeah, he was the other as well. But, yeah. But yeah, the whole Versailles thing and how they were all just like locked up in Versailles, away from Paris, not really interacting with normal people, and how much they didn't understand the country that they were in,
Yeah.
and the way the monarchy was just this.
And playing at shepherdesses and playing at being peasants,
Yeah,
all this
pretending.
kind of dressing up. And,
Yeah, like this sort of like fetishized pretending to be common, but not really knowing what it was.
It's sort of kind of cultural appropriation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to be a shepherdess today, and la la la.
Yeah.
My little cottage in the woods, and yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a different angle.
But yeah, I started watching it now because I watched a few films on the plane, and one was Jean du Barry, which is about the mistress of Marie Antoinette's father-in-law, So there was the whole Marie Antoinette bit, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, Madame du Barry.
Madame du Barry.
Johnny Depp was a French film, but he played the king.
Oh,
So
okay.
either he speaks French or he was dubbed, or he had a good vocal coach.
Marie Antoinette, the one who said let them eat cake.
She never said it, but yeah.
She never said it.
Well, apparently it's some form of bread like brioche, is what she. Well,
Yeah.
that's what's alleged. If she did actually say it. Yeah.
It doesn't sound the same, let them eat brioche. It doesn't work for me.
So it
How
sounds
do-
way more French like.
Yeah. Let them eat pain au raisin.
So am I alright to go? If I go down the front and cross? that's
Yeah,
okay?
it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming up on 11 a.m.
This will have beaten my previous time then.
You do marvellously well.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just going to pull forward again. It's the shoulder. There we go. Wow.
Your left shoulder.
Just watch out. You've got a bit of light on the screen over there. Could you just go and tell them, Glenn? They're putting a bit of light on the screen.
June, Valerie.
A bit louder.
June. There's a little bit of light on the screen. from the light. There's a bit of light on the screen.
If you just point your light
Your
downwards.
torch.
It's okay. It wasn't bad, but I could just see there's a little bit of
Light.
yeah, like there, yeah.
Where were you practicing?
Oh, I practice on trains, long train journeys. At home, I would do it, so I could figure out the best kind of position. In South Korea, one day I did my longest, was that the longest? No, the longest one was at home actually, but in Korea I did it for 2 hours. I
Wow.
just put 2 chairs together, put the backpack on, sat there holding it, yeah. And I would read a book or I would listen to music or, you know. Yeah.
Is the IMAX in Germany the biggest one in the world?
I want to say it isn't. I think there's a bigger one somewhere else. I think there might be one in the States which is bigger. But the German one is certainly bigger than this, and the biggest one in Europe. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe I'll, if I don't achieve it here, I might attempt it again there, or if I do achieve it here, I might attempt to go there. Wow.
I thought you were going to use the projector at the top.
It wouldn't make a sharp enough shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's I've just gone longer than my longest time there.
Say again.
I did 2 hours 35 the last time. So I've just beaten that.
It's
Very
11
good.
o'clock now.
Sorry?
It's 11 o'clock. Starting at 8.
Yes, right. Got it. Thank you. My little finger just went completely to sleep. I had to wake it up again. It's gone numb. Very quiet.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi isn't great in the auditorium.
No.
At all.
Well, my TikTok dropped out, but it seems like the Instagram is still going. Yeah. this morning.
I think my eyes have deceived me. Sometimes they look bigger and sometimes they look small.
Yeah, it has fluctuated slightly, but yeah, it's not all I can do.
Oh, you've held it.
I don't shut my eyes and stop looking at it because I start seeing different things.
Oh.
It's really look at it for too long.
Mm.
Mm.
You can have it on the train.
I think I can eat with one hand. Probably. Clearly it was a loop. Because there's not a lot of accessible shops at Clapham. I don't have a return ticket.
I didn't know that. Well, at least I can use your rail card, can't I?
Yeah. There you go.
Get a bit of money off. Where did Michael and the kitty go? In the projection room. Right. Want some water?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, there must be around, but
Yeah. actually, I put the time on for 4 hours and 5 minutes. So
Okay. So is that including the 5 minutes or not?
that's including the 5 minutes.
Oh, great. Okay.
You got an hour and 3 minutes.
Wow. Ooh. The major thing is my arm. I mean, the fingers are as well, but it's like, wow.
Yeah. It's an endurance test, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's really like, it's not about strength, it's just about the fine motor muscles, you know, and blood flow.
Cool. They're very clearly defined.
Yeah, lift this up again. Blood can flow to my little finger.
It's great having measured it as well.
It's great if you could draw around it.
Yeah, it's slightly less than liquid.
No, it's fine, but it's just like I'm aware of that. It's like,
Yeah. Check. Okay, we're into the final hour and 4 minutes,
including the 5 minutes.
including the 5 minutes.
Ah, okay. So we're into the last 59 minutes, technically.
Technically, yeah.
Woo woo! We're into the final hour.
Woohoo!
Whoop whoop!
Come on, Drew. You can do it.
You gotta add to it.
Say again.
You better add to it. it's huge from up here, but it's,
I can see when somebody walks, when Mark walked past earlier, I was just like, wow, and his shadow was on just the bottom of the screen. It's like,
Yeah.
this shadow's massive. It's hard to get a scale from it up here.
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
It's fun standing by it.
yeah, definitely. What I suggest when you come out of it
Yeah,
is if you could make your hand
yeah,
on the screen
yeah,
so that the shadow becomes your hand, so
Yeah.
that we can see
yeah, yeah,
definitely
Sure.
that it is your hand.
yeah,
doing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I know it might be slightly painful for you to do
It might not be able to open by that stage.
Yeah.
When I was focusing on your face, Drew, I could see the pain.
but what I'm saying is don't just take your hand away.
Yeah, I'll open my fingers. at the
Open
end.
your hand as much as you can. And
Yeah,
then
yeah. It'll be a wonderful moment.
Yeah. Not long to go now. You've
It
been
comes
going.
and goes. Suddenly it's like, actually, this is quite relaxed. And suddenly you're going, oh my God, my little finger's burning. Especially the little, and then it's also like, well, the weird thing is, I keep feeling like my index finger, which is actually the eye, is the nose finger.
Yeah.
I've displaced it. I keep thinking, oh, it's getting a bit sore. And it's like, it's not the nose, it's the eye.
It must be strange looking at your like it starts to stop making sense.
Yeah, it
A bit
does.
like when you say the same word again
Yes,
and again.
exactly the same thing. It suddenly becomes meaningless.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, this doesn't look right. And you shut your eyes, open them again, and there's, oh, it's back again. Yeah, I
So
really think
funny.
it's- Wow, my little finger's really giving me
Careful,
grief.
careful, careful. Hold it, hold it.
It's just kind of blood flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I lean forward, it might help a bit.
I'm sure Margaret's got some great shots. I've got some great shots just with the phone. But yeah, you can have some great stuff.
Good.
I don't see how they'd be able to dispute this. There's so much.
They might say there's too much movement. They might say it's slightly changed size or shape. There are lots of things they could say. You know, I'm prepared for that. If they do that, then that's absolutely, you know, got to be philosophical about it.
Can I do anything? I've got no
The thing is,
shoulder.
if I tense the hand and loosen it, that kind of helps. Tense the fingers and loosen. But the little finger's burning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to feel it, but
Which one is the little finger?
it's the mouth, it's the bottom jaw. But because it's on the bottom, I think it's getting the least. The blood flow is causing a problem. Just lift the arm up. That seems to help. So it's not pressing down.
I should get out of
I don't mind it doing the shot. It's a document of who was here and you know.
he holding her?
Also, I'm sitting still as well, so the circulation is not as good.
Yeah.
No.
Do you flexing your toes? Make balls with your feet, with your toes, and then release them.
Just stop a moment. So I lift my arm up again.
I told you about the story of the when I went to the MRI. Woman said she held her arm out the top of the tube so she could hold her brother's hand.
Yeah.
When she got out of the tube, she couldn't put her arm down.
Well, you get dead arm.
Yeah, these must be the premier seats because there's much more leg room at the back here.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah.
I'm not 100% sure what I'm taking pictures of. It's so dark.
You just get that little point of light, don't you?
Yeah, it's quite nice down there. It's quite cool.
Yeah.
It's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. Kind of like
Time check, Glenn. What are we on?
we're at 51 minutes now.
Oh my god.
Well,
Is that including the 5
that's
minutes?
including the, because he wants to do 4 hours and 5 minutes just to be on the safe
Oh,
side.
yeah.
So actually we're at 45 minutes.
I think we might have to go with the,
No,
the 4 hours.
You're all right. They said 4 hours and 4 hours is 4 hours, you know, then,
Yeah,
and you've done it. Or you will have done it.
let's wait and see.
And the people who come in here to watch their film will have no idea that history has been made.
Yeah. Momentous.
The world will never be the same again.
Drew's hand burned into the IMAX
Yeah.
screen.
What's that? There's a faint outline of a dog or a wolf
Yeah.
or something. What
Is that the alien in Alien Rom? They've gone at a different angle this time of this film.
It's hand shadows.
It's hand shadow aliens, yeah. God, we need Ridley Scott to come back and direct this film.
This is
Get
this is
Sigourney Weaver.
the art house movie.
Yeah, they've gone low budget for this one.
Somebody say Isle of Dogs.
You've done so well to hold it for this long. The good old metal over there.
Yeah, why not?
So your two kids at school now?
The oldest one is just started his second year.
Just now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's about last week. He was in reception year and then he's just started year
Oh,
one.
okay.
So they're making him sit at desks now, which is a bit of a thing to get used to. And then the little one's, she's just coming up for 2. She'll be 2 in December.
Okay. So nursery anytime soon?
Yeah,
or-
she's in nursery.
Oh,
Yeah, she loves it.
wow.
Got some mates. She's actually about to move out of the baby room when she gets to 2. So that's a big moment.
I think you were about to, or you just had a baby when I saw you last?
I probably had, I don't know actually.
Because it was I think it was November.
She's 29, hang on a minute. She's 2019 and Arlo's 20s, hang on.
2019's
No,
5 years.
Arlo's
right?
2019, she's 2020,
2.
2022, yeah.
Yeah.
God, my brain is so sleep deprived.
I see. I mean, when did we must have done it September, October when we did the thing for the Swiss.
I feel like it was, I would say about 18 months. Yeah, so I reckon she was either on the way or just had
She was
come.
quite little, yeah.
I would think, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say it was November time, maybe a month before.
Yeah, I know it was cold, but I don't remember being that cold. I'd just done Alcina at the Opera House, and
Do you
that
know
was
what? It
kind
might
of
have
late
been
in
longer
the
than
year.
that because I haven't been in that studio for a couple of years.
And
Oh
you were
no,
just-
but I came back for it, didn't I?
You were just moving out of the studio.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I
Mm.
just
You just moved out.
the hilarious thing. I hadn't shot in that studio for about a year, and
Yeah.
then when Drew called me up, I just moved out,
Ah.
and then we went back in to shoot the little editorial thing. Just so classic. But maybe that was longer than 2 years. Can't remember.
It must have been about 2 years ago.
Mm.
September, October, sometime around then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time flies. Time's just a weird thing, isn't it? A concept. Some bits of it takes forever, like this. 4 hours is forever, and then 40 years is just like blink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just weird.
Yeah.
I had it actually where I did a job up in Newcastle, and it was right after my son had been born, and I think it was maybe the first time I'd been away, and it was, I think it was like a 3 or 4 day job,
Yeah.
and the way that because it was so far north, we ended up having a down day where we were waiting for something, so
Yeah.
I basically didn't have anything to do, and I went to the cinema and saw a film with somebody, and at the same time my partner was like having a really hard time at home.
Oh.
He wasn't sleeping. I can't remember what else it was, but there was a load of, it was just really, really hard. So every day I was speaking to her, she was like in tears, and it was really
Oh,
like
God.
emotional. And I finished the job, at like 7 o'clock on Friday night or something, and we were supposed to stay in the hotel and drive home on the Saturday morning.
Yeah.
But because it had been so bad, I was like, you know what, I'm just going to jump in the car and come straight home.
Yeah.
And I remember driving, and it was like probably on about the 5 hour mark. And you know, you're still kind of like near Birmingham or something. And it was that feeling of like, I remember just thinking like, this is going to be over soon.
Yeah.
But being in the moment, it was forever.
Yes,
And then, but
yeah.
I knew that as soon as I was home, it would be like that.
Yeah,
Gone.
yeah.
It was so weird, and it was like that. And I think that all the time now about things, how quickly it's passed. It's really strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This too shall pass. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, yeah.
This too shall pass. A blessing or a curse, depending on what you're thinking about.
Yeah.
Blessing, if you're holding your hand at a right angle for 4 hours, but it's a curse if you're having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're tired, if you're hungry, all of those things play into it as well. The kind of
Yeah,
physicality. If you're really tired, it can make it a much worse experience.
Definitely.
And if you're hungry or you're agitated about something that's not in the present, you know, something else, paying the bills, whatever it is, you know.
yeah. I was ill last week and I had a sore throat, and I had to work. I was booked on a job and I couldn't cancel, and it's a 3-day job, and it was just rough, and I felt my throat was so sore.
Yeah.
And it's just that thing where you realise how there's certain things, like if you have a bad foot, you can limp or you can use a cane or something, but when it's something like your throat where you're just swallowing and it hurts,
Yeah.
it's just you just think, God, it's so lucky that it doesn't normally, you know.
Yeah.
It just
That
makes
this,
you so
you know, this will
grateful.
pass at
Yeah,
some point. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. We went on a walking holiday. We walked from Winchester back to Eastbourne, 100 miles,
Oh wow.
and I had the wrong shoes on,
Oh no.
and blisters. We couldn't not keep going.
Yeah.
And I had all the blister plasters and everything, but oh my God,
Oof.
that was just like, you know, nagging pain every step.
Yeah.
I was like, and I was the classic moaning jargon. Are we there yet? How much further? What time is it? You know, where are we? Why are we doing this? Oh God. I mean, it was great. It was fantastic scenery,
Horrible,
but that nagging pain.
Yeah. It just makes you so. It's that classic thing, isn't it? Like the minute it's gone, it's like the stone in your shoe.
Yeah.
And you get that relief.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My friend's daughter was in hospital with. She's on an IV drip.
Mm.
Her new school shoes were a bit too tight,
Oh God.
and she got an infection in the
Oh, God.
blister. And it's tracking like the poison, you know, like the.
Well, it's like
infection.
sepsis kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not sepsis until it hits your lymph nodes. So, but it's tracking like the sort of poison was tracking. They had to draw a line around it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just crazy. And I was saying like it happened to me with a mosquito bite.
Yeah.
I was on a job and I got this sort of sore spot on my leg, and I guess I must have scratched it with dirty fingernails. I don't really know how, because it's in my trousers, so I don't really know how it got infected. But
Yeah.
I ended up. I think the next day, it was one of those feelings where I was like, I just need to get into a hot bath and it will kind of ease. And it didn't. I went to bed, and when I woke up in the morning, I couldn't walk.
Oh my gosh.
And I went to the doctors, and the doctor basically said, "You've got to go to casualty right now because it's tracking."
Yeah.
And they put me on an IV drip for that as well. But
Wow.
it was the weird thing, because I think I was about 32 when that happened, and
And was that the first sort of big health?
well, it was the thing that I thought was like, you know, you read about people dying in, you know, with a 30, like pre-penicillin.
Yeah. That would have killed
That would
you.
have killed me,
Yeah.
probably. If I was very lucky, they would have put some poultice or something on it, and it would
A
have.
couple of leeches would have sorted
Yeah,
you
a
out,
few
no
leeches,
trouble.
that'd be good,
Yeah.
that'd be good. Yeah, but so, and I was saying with this this girl Madeline, like, just thought, God, it's so something as silly as a blister
Yes.
a couple of 100 years ago could have been
Fatal.
fatal.
Yeah.
And probably a really horrible way to go as well. Like,
Well, it would have been lingering, wouldn't it? And
Yeah. it's just or mosquito bite. Such a stupid way to die, like mosquito.
Mm.
But it's a funny.
I had a mosquito bite get really infected once, and I had a scar like that big on my knee.
Ooh.
A good few years, and it's still a little tiny scar.
Oh man.
But it was proper like scary.
So did you grow up in Thailand?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I was born here, and then moved there when I was 3.
Right.
And then I just moved back here. End of 2022.
Okay.
wow.
Oh wow. Your accent's quite. I would have pegged you as English.
Yeah.
Like your accent.
My dad's English.
Mm.
My mum's Thai.
Mm.
And then I got made fun of for my English accent, so I held on to it begrudgingly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It will stand you in good stead, young
Yes.
man.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Do you miss Thailand though? Is that something that
I
you?
miss the food,
Yeah.
and I have a little Vespa out there.
Right.
I miss my little Vespa.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
I do enjoy that everyone takes Sunday off in England.
Mhm.
All the shops shut early.
Mhm.
You know, that's something you don't get in Asia. Everyone's just working 7 days a week.
Mm.
There's always buzz going on.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be that they were properly shut. I
Yeah, it
mean,
used to be,
nothing
yeah.
was
Yeah.
open on a Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it took me about 8 months to remember that shops shut early on a Sunday. And
Right.
I'm like, why did they do that? I love Sundays because everyone stays in, but the shops are still open. Yeah, no, I do like England. I think it's for where I am in life at the moment, it's the
Mm.
place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long
Wanna
term,
be-
do you think you'll stay?
Sorry?
Long term, do you think you're going to stay?
Yeah, I want to be here like 5-10 years, I reckon, until Atlas is maybe 10,
Yeah.
and then look at where to go, but not sure where we would go, you know?
Mm. You still have family in Thailand?
Yeah, so my mum and dad are out there. All my partner's family are here. My grandparents are here, and my aunt's here.
Okay.
So
Good.
most of the people are here, really.
Yeah.
Um,
Would your parents ever consider moving, or are they?
My mum can't because my parents are divorced, so she can't. It's really difficult for her to even get a visa to come over here.
Oh really?
Even for a vacation?
Why does
Yeah.
that? Why does the divorce affect the visa?
Because
Because your dad's English and your
yeah,
mum's.
because if
Right.
they're if you're
Okay.
married to an English person,
Right.
easy. But yeah, and my dad, I don't think just will ever move back here.
Yeah.
I think he moved out there for a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. My dream's always been to live in a Japanese temple.
Okay.
In London?
No, in Japan.
Yeah.
I love Japan. I went there once, only once, and I want to go back.
I've never been. I'd love to go. Yeah.
It's my number one country I want to go to. And
Oh.
I've been to South Korea, but I haven't been to Japan. I really want to go to Japan.
Me too.
So how you described South Korea earlier, where you're like, oh, it's really good, everyone's on time, it's super clean, everyone's friendly. It's like, that's how Japan is.
I think there's a lot of similarities between the two countries. I gather from what
Yeah.
people have said. Yeah.
I think Japan is different though. I've never been to South Korea, so I can't compare them.
Sure.
But it was,
Mm.
it was almost like, I always idolized kind of like New York or like Switzerland or London kind of growing up as like really developed and like city
Functioning. Yeah.
yeah kind of
Mm.
life. But then you go to Japan and it's really developed, really advanced, but so alien, you know, like the whole, I don't know, culturally the way it's been built and developed over years, it's just so different to European and Western ways. It's just really cool, really nice place, and the food's great.
Half an hour, Drew.
I'm sold. I want to go.
Yeah.
My friend lives out there actually. He's married and has a child, so he's out there for a long time. But yeah, we're it's on the to-do list.
Yeah.
I think when the kids are a bit older, I think when my little one's this age of my big one,
Yeah.
then it'll probably be we'll start thinking about it.
When I went, my dad's mate lives there, and I was about 9,
Mm.
but we went skiing
In Japan?
in Japan.
Oh, okay.
It was amazing. Like, I'd
Mm.
never been skiing before. I
Me neither.
haven't been skiing since.
Right.
Yeah, it's really, really cool, and an interesting way to see the place.
Yeah.
They have they have normal hotels, but if you want to be a bit more budget, they have these like spa hotels,
Oh yeah.
and so there's like communal kind of showers,
Right.
but they've got onsens like hot springs.
Okay.
So there's like a male and a female
Mm.
kind of spa, and it's really cool because you go skiing, they're a bit cheaper, and then you come back at the end of the day and you get to sit in like a natural hot tub
Oh, beautiful.
out in the
Sounds
out in the
amazing.
snow.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Really cool.
Love the sound of that. Making me hungry.
I guess in Japan they're very technology focused as well.
Yeah.
Because like in Korea, I was quite surprised by the level of technology, like the remote controls for toilets. Not everywhere, but they do have that. And restaurants where robots serve your food.
Yeah.
You know, all of this stuff. It's like, that's wow.
This
It's
I don't
crazy,
understand.
isn't it?
A remote control for a toilet.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to use the toilet remotely, are you? you're kind of there, aren't you?
Yeah.
But there's loads of things the toilet does that ours don't do, you know.
Uh-huh.
There's loads of things that the toilet, it's a heated toilet seat, and you know, you can have water squirted up you and all of this stuff. that
Did
you
they
need.
have did
Make
they
sure
have
you don't press
loads
the
of
wrong
vending
button.
machines in South Korea?
Did they have?
Loads of vending machines.
That I didn't notice, but they had loads of single use karaoke rooms.
Okay.
Like where people would go into a room with a mirror ball, a screen and a microphone and sing by themselves. Loads of
How
that.
interesting.
Loads of these kind of arcade shops where normally we'd have kind of like gaming machines. They had like those kind of grabber things where you grab fluffy toys.
Mhm.
The entire arcade was just those machines. And then these places where you can go in and have your hair done and a bit of makeup and put on some clothes and get some photos for your social media. Loads of those as well. Photo box or whatever they're called, yeah. So they have loads of vending machines in Japan.
Yeah, they do. They have vending machines for absolutely everything.
Okay.
If you're skiing, they'll have a vending machine for like gloves and socks and
Right.
balaclavas and neck warmers and things. They've got hot and cold drinks from the same vending machine.
Wow.
They've got like snacky things like hot kind of bread rolls and croissants that'll come out of a vending machine in a packet.
Wow.
And then you can also get like cold fruit from the same machine.
Wow.
Yeah, just loads of vending machines everywhere, and obviously they're just unstaffed, so you can just kind of go up and get whatever you need anytime.
Met a taxi driver who had a vending machine business.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's quite interesting hearing the ins and outs of. Because he said he'd only got about 4,
Okay.
and it's quite unusual now to have independent people doing it. But yeah, he had his 4 vending machine that he'd go around, spend 1 day a week
Yeah.
filling up.
But it's quite good, like semi-passive income, isn't
Yeah.
it? Really, if you've got 6 hours to drive around, stock them all up,
Yeah,
and then
and then
leave it for a
just-
week.
Let it be.
Thing is, how do you
Well,
get?
not including the 5 minutes. You've got
Where do you
25
put them,
minutes.
and where do you get license to put them?
That's it. That's
That's
the
a tricky
money
bit.
maker. Yeah. Get a good spot. You're laughing.
There was a big outcry, I think, years ago. I think Coca-Cola got permission to put them in schools. And there was a big backlash against that.
Quite right too.
Yeah.
It's such a weird. Coca-Cola is such a weird. The scale of it. It's so odd.
It's everywhere.
Yeah. It's but the numbers, when you start understanding the scale of it,
Mm.
it's just, as an organisation, it's just enormous.
Don't they sponsor the London Eye? Isn't it the Coca-Cola London Eye?
Could be.
Yeah.
Used to be what, British Airways or
That's why I
something.
won't go on it.
We're in the home straight now.
Yep, they certainly are. You've done very well. This is a space that has literally probably never seen the light of day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting thought.
Never.
I mean, when they were constructing it, it must have seen the light of day.
That's why I said
And-
almost never.
Until the roof went on, and then that was it.
Just sealed in.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, even if you open the fire exits, which however many floors up, aren't we? So,
Yeah. There's no windows out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of fresh air or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting building, how it's completely round, and it's one cinema,
One screen, yeah.
and it's just in the middle of a roundabout in the middle of London.
Yeah.
It doesn't make much sense.
What could it possibly have been before it was the IMAX? So Michael was saying it was only 25. He's been here something 19 years or something.
Wasn't it purpose built?
But what would have been on the site?
The tree?
Yeah, I would guess like a green space or something.
I don't know.
It's just a bit odd in the middle of a roundabout, but yeah, I suppose so.
Well, you think of like the, you know, the Wandsworth one with that big sculpture over the top of it. That's just kind of concrete in the middle. Kind of a similar idea. It's a big underpass, a pedestrian underpass, and it's concrete and grass, and yeah, there's a green space.
Yeah. I went inside the House of Commons and the House of Parliament once for a video shoot,
Oh, cool.
and it's crazy how old that building is. All of the paintings and decorations and all of the history in it, and it's just unchanged. And you've still got like men in suits walking around talking on their phones
Wow.
up and down.
I'd like to. Yeah, I should do that. I'd
Those
like to.
corridors.
I'd like to see that.
You can do a tour.
You
yeah, I
can.
was just thinking
Oh,
that. I was thinking, oh, I'd love to do that, and I was like, I probably can do that.
You can do
Yeah,
that,
you
yeah.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you done it?
No.
Well, you went to the Great Hall, didn't you?
Yes.
When the Queen Mother died?
When the
Diana
Queen Mother
died?
died.
Yeah.
It's very interesting inside. It's like a museum. except things aren't on display.
Yeah.
They're just there.
Yeah.
You know.
Kind of the best kind of museum in a way.
Well, it's a living
Un-
museum.
uncurated,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. Not counting the 5 minutes, you've got less than 20 minutes to go.
19 minutes.
Give or take. When you're talking about time, I actually think it's gone quite quickly.
It doesn't feel like 4 hours. Like 4
No.
hours sounds very daunting.
Yeah. Probably feels like 4 hours for you, Drew.
Well, it's funny, yeah. It kind of, there are times when it's been like, this really kind of doesn't feel like anything. And then times like, oh, okay, I need to pee now. That's a pressing thing. Yeah, but the hand kind of comes and goes in terms of what it's feeling. Just being aware of it, you know. And, yeah.
I mean, just for good measure, you could stay there with your hand until they literally kick us out, and then no one will beat the record.
Well, that was the idea, is to do 4 hours, 5 minutes, just
Yeah.
to have that extra.
Do you know if the previous record was up for a minimum of 4 hours?
It would have been, if it's the same parameters, then it would have been. But I mean, there they just switched some lights on, and there it was.
Yeah, because it's,
So they
it's
could
all
have,
objects.
it could have been on for all night, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, lightweights. No, it looked pretty cool actually. There's a great photograph of it. But we've technically set a record already just by doing this, because 3 hours, 40 minutes of making a hand shadow, keeping it there. Shall I do a
No.
heroic pose? Mark,
Yeah.
at the end, would you be able to show June and Valerie the photograph of the measurements?
Of the what, sorry?
The measurements
Yes, who do you want? Who
to the witnesses,
Oh, sure.
because there's a thing they've got to fill in to say they've seen.
Absolutely.
These are the measurements they saw. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Thank you. I mean, literally, the moment my hand comes off the screen, you could do that.
Yeah.
It was quite an interesting little measuring device, that laser thing.
Yeah, I've seen them using them around a lot, but I've never actually seen one up close.
Yeah.
When I was planning this, and I was thinking of doing it on a cliff in Eastbourne, which was the kind of initial idea, I had to measure the cliffs. I did it visually first. I had a kind of object that I measured and I put up against close to the cliff, and I measured the cliff like that. And then I got an app on my phone,
Okay.
and you can take a photo, and if you've got a reference in the photo, like say a person or a thing that you can measure, you can then basically roughly measure the size of the object.
Oh wow.
So I could basically go, okay, my measurement was pretty accurate. You know, the cliff was 12 meters by like 26 across or something.
So was the cliff bigger than the screen?
No, it's
Really?
not. It's lower than the screen. Yeah. I mean, but the thing with this screen is it's curved. So Jonathan, we had a whole conversation where he had to say, I've got to take into account the fact that it's curved. So in fact, there are two measurements, because one is the straight across that you see,
Yep.
and one is the actual taking the curve into account.
Yeah.
So in fact, the shadow is longer because of the curve.
Yeah, if you put the top edge of the screen, you can see it slightly.
Yeah, but visually we would see just straight across, but in fact the shadow will be slightly longer because of it's
But
not
you've got
flat.
such a margin for error, that curve isn't going to make much of a difference.
No, but you know, just taking that into account for accuracy, you know. How much time now?
Ain't that cheesy? Just hold your horses.
It's a
Or
dog.
or whatever it is.
hold your horse,
Hold your dog.
hold your dog.
Hold your dog.
Yesterday I was performing on the barge, and they have all these lovely marionettes that I called weird earlier on. I
Right, you
realised.
got 15 minutes.
Okay, and one of them is a juggling monkey marionette, and usually he's hanging on the corner on top of one of the speakers. And Kate, the owner, came to me and said, "Do you usually have the monkey in the corner?" It's just like, there's a sentence you don't hear every day.
Nearly there, Drew. Nearly there.
What are you working on next, Mark?
Going to Salisbury after this actually, just for a one-day job tomorrow for LinkedIn, just some portraits, and then
LinkedIn as in the job search website.
say again, sorry.
LinkedIn as in the job
Yeah,
sort of
Yeah.
social networking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just for their advertising stuff. So yeah, down to Salisbury. Quite looking forward to a little drive actually. And
It's
I'm
not
gonna-
too far to Salisbury, yeah.
About 3 hours. Oh, from here I think it's about 2 hours.
Yeah. Depending
And,
on the
um,
kind of initial London traffic, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not a really big fancy job, so I don't think I have to socialise. So I'm gonna get in. I might even, after all this talk of a movie, I might watch a movie and get a really early night and not be woken up, and that'd be pretty good, I think.
I don't know if you like dramas, but I watched One Life on the plane. That was really good. Anthony Hopkins, true
What?
story.
What was it called?
One Life.
One Life.
It's about Nicholas Winton, the guy, Sir Nicholas Winton, who got all these evacuated all these children from Prague just as the war was beginning. But it's really well. It's Anthony Hopkins, so it's pretty good quality anyway. But it's pretty well put together. Yeah,
I saw the trailer for that. It looked really, really good.
it's upsetting,
Yeah.
moving, you know. Yeah.
Did you see Godzilla -1?
Did I see it?
No.
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 Is it good?
Godzilla,
It's not an American film. It's
Right.
Japanese.
Japanese film.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I saw adverts for it.
If you're into Japanese
Mm.
culture, I mean, I think Godzilla is really part of that culture. But
Yeah.
Big
yeah, it's
thing,
Japanese
yeah.
language, but it's really, really. They made it on a low budget of like 10 million. What is the currency? Is it now? Yen.
Yen, yeah, yen.
And everyone in Hollywood was like, well, how could they make such great special effects? When we do it, it costs 300 million.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So the special effects are fantastic. It's on Netflix. If you get a
Oh,
chance.
cool. Oh, definitely, yeah.
If you get a chance.
Godzilla -1.
-1.
Yeah, it's really good.
Don't go for any of the silly American Godzilla versus Kong or whatever.
Yeah.
Which I was-
I thought Godzilla -1 was part of the Godzilla
No.
King Kong.
No.
Trilogy.
I think 2 of them came out at a similar time.
Yeah.
What's the slant on it again? Is it a retelling of the original film, or was it?
What, -1?
Yeah.
It takes place after World War II, so basically Japan has been flattened. And so they're at, the title is basically means they're at zero,
Yeah.
there's nothing left. And then this giant lizard comes along, and now they're even left.
They're -1.
Now
Oh,
they're
wow.
-1.
Wow.
But it's a great story, and you really get in with the characters.
Oh, cool.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
I was trying to explain the plot of King Kong to my son, and it's quite interesting when you actually. It's such an interesting, like what it's about, you know, about the.
How would you explain it to a
Well, I was
child?
trying to explain it to him about how they came and took the animal from the jungle, and basically about how it was sort of like
Breaking the natural world.
yeah,
essentially.
how it was like everyone thought that he was the monster, but actually they were the monsters.
Yes.
You know, and it's
When
sort
you
of
think
quite
of
a
it in
fun
that
little
sense, yeah.
thing to try and explain to it.
And certainly in the original film, the King Kong was really, you really like him by the end.
Yeah, I think that's the point of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
There's
really,
such
he's
a
really
fine
endearing.
face of the original King Kong. There's
wonderful scene where he's is he climbing Empire State Building?
Yeah.
He looks
And
through
he
the
looks in through this woman's bedroom window. He goes, blink, blink.
and he pulls the bed. He grabs
Love
the
it.
bed and pulls it towards the window.
Love it.
He pulls the bed. He's the giant hand.
Yeah,
He pulls the
he
bed,
pulls the bed
towards
towards the window,
It's
yeah.
hilarious. But great. special
And
effects.
the train as well. He looks through the window of the train. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I don't know that the remakes have quite achieved that.
No, because again, it's the soul, isn't it? It's the soul that's
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
I watched Night of the Fireflies.
Okay, what's that?
Oh God.
That's
It's
good.
Studio Ghibli. You know that did
yeah.
the animation studio that does like
Yeah.
Spirited Away.
Okay.
Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh, Howl's Moving Castle. Yeah. Okay, I've
my,
seen that.
My cousin
Totoro.
Totoro.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah.
But
So good pedigree then.
good pedigree.
Mm.
But Night of the Fireflies is the most depressing movie I've ever seen, and it's beautiful, and it's done so well. It's about a little girl and her brother, just in the aftermath of the Second World War,
Right. In what country?
Japan.
In Japan.
And but it's like I watched it and I was depressed for a week. So I'm not even, like, I was so depressed after watching it. So I don't think it's funny because it's sort of faded now, but just the feeling of it's still
Yeah.
with me. But it's so beautiful.
Isn't that the power of film?
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
that stays.
It was that thing where you, sometimes with good film, like you never want to see it again.
Oh,
But it
sure,
stays with you forever.
absolutely.
You never want to
There's-
ever see
There
it
are
again.
certain films never again,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean they weren't great.
No, exactly. And it's almost like a better they
Yeah.
you never want to,
Yeah.
but it changes you a bit. And but yeah, it's
One that always gets me is The Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith.
oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, that just makes me really sad.
Does it?
Or like
I don't know if I've
happy
seen it.
happy sad.
Right.
It's just about like a dad and his kid,
Right.
and he's really down on his luck.
Mm.
It's a really good film.
That film was controversial because of the poster, because that was the American spelling of happiness,
Oh.
as in Happiness, and everyone got totally snooty about that.
I didn't know there's still happiness like that in
Spell it with a
America.
Y.
Preposterous.
How are we doing for time?
Including the 5 minutes, we're at 12 minutes.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. We're nearly there.
Come on, Drew.
Come on, Drew.
You
Don't
smashing
be
it.
tempted to do a bunny at the end. Suddenly the dog becomes a bunny.
I don't think I could do a bunny at this stage.
This camera's been running for 3 hours and 56 minutes.
Okay.
Wow.
So
I did put an extra 5 minutes on the timer.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I think it was maybe rolling for like 3-4 minutes
Sure.
before
Sure. Okay.
you started.
We've got a bit of a margin there. That's good.
I might
Feeling
just
okay.
stop recording and have a look.
Funny.
Do you think someone at Guinness is going to sit and watch this video?
I hope they bloody do. No, I really hope they do.
4 hours, those bloody well should. Well, that's why I said earlier, I said, is anyone actually going to watch this? Unless you were live streaming it and it was maybe just in the background or something, but, you know.
Well, you know, they've got the document, don't they? They've
It's
got the
very-
witnesses say we saw this happen. The surveyor says we measured it. There were photographs. They can look at this 4-hour video. They've got the document. And it really goes, hang on a minute, I don't think this guy did the record. Yeah, okay, well let's watch the video and see.
Yeah, plus you've also got, you know, the IMAX can verify that you paid to hire the venue, you know. So why would you do that if you weren't going to use it for the
Yeah. Well, they've got things that have to be in place, don't they? You know, they do. Of course they do. I mean, it makes sense. You can't just go, I'm going to do a world record. Hooray, I've done it. It's a great challenge. I mean, it's been a great lead up to this, kind of thinking, how am I going to approach this, and what am I going to do to prepare for this, given that's such a strange thing that I wouldn't normally do. I wouldn't normally sit for 4 hours with one shadow. I perform and I make lots of different shadows.
I've just done 10 seconds of this hand position, Drew.
Yeah.
And I've got new sympathy and respect for what you're about to achieve.
Yeah, just doing that,
It's hard.
it's tough.
Yeah, and it's not only that, it's all the way up my arm, all of the nerves,
Yeah,
into my
forearm,
bicep, my forearm.
I can't even do it. I'm completely frantic.
I feel like my little finger's too short. I've got a very snooty dog.
You know, I was taught an exercise by these puppeteers from Italy and Australia, where you start with a fist like this, and over the course of 10 minutes,
Yeah.
you gradually unfold your fingers. I'm doing it with my left hand. You gradually unfold your fingers all the way to this position.
Wow.
But over 10 minutes, it's really difficult.
What's that? And why do you do that for?
Just for training your hands.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's just being really slow and controlled, and over the course of 10 minutes you do this one exercise. And I've done it where I've done it 5 minutes both ways, but I haven't got it to 10 minutes because it's really difficult.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good exercise.
I can just feel my fingers creaking.
Yeah. Almost
Yes.
like
Yeah. For 10 minutes?
That's a long. That's
Yeah.
again, we're talking about time being a
Yeah.
construct, but
Yeah.
10 minutes when you're just opening and closing your hand.
You think easy, but it's really, really tough. It's a really tough thing to do.
Would you
really
say
good.
it's harder than holding the dog for 4 hours?
I'll let you know when I've done it.
Good point.
Yeah.
Probably actually gets harder when you're starting to open your hand.
Yeah.
When the fist opens.
You get the shakes. Yeah, for sure. Time check?
8 minutes with the 5.
Oh, so we've technically got 3 minutes.
Come on, Drew.
Wow.
You got your popcorn.
Got your popcorn.
My licorice all sorts.
We're nearly there.
Have you done it?
Nearly.
We've got 3 minutes. I want to do 4 hours, 5 minutes, so we've got 8 minutes left.
Okay.
Yeah, nearly there.
Yeah?
Thanks for your incredible patience.
Don't worry, they've been asleep half the time.
Oh, it's amazing that you've managed to keep that out.
It's yeah.
Well, you can't at the moment because they're filming. Yeah.
Nearly done, nearly done. Oh,
Did you say they have the IMAX back at 1?
I think they've got a screening at 1 or 1:30. Yeah, they just need to kind of prepare it for that. Yeah,
But it's ready to go, and then we just need to get us out.
yeah, yeah.
No, I didn't know because he was up there ready, wasn't he? Did practice it in, put it. That's
I was going to say, if you've got the theatre for a little bit of time, you should put something on the big screen.
cold that's making me want to move over. Yeah, I'm right now. Yeah, that's right.
I wonder if they only project on film. They must have digital projectors as well, because they show all the old movies here.
Yeah, that's true. They do.
Did they
Yeah.
show that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our editor at work comes here like every other weekend to watch old black and white films.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, I think they probably do it at the South Bank. I'm not sure they do it.
Oh, yeah, maybe they do.
Could be the BFI.
Because we've seen.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it's the BFI. Mm.
Gotcha.
Love to see 2001 on the screen.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's a film I've seen 1,000 times, but I still don't know what the hell's going on.
Such an interesting guy.
Kubrick, yeah, yeah.
Drove Shelley Duvall crazy on The Shining. He did 138 takes for one scene. It's like, oh my god.
Brutal.
I think she's great in the film. Some people don't rate her, but I think she's marvelous. She really makes The Shining for me. Time check.
5 minutes and 34 seconds.
So we've got technically 34 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
My little fingers just.
Let's keep the 5 minutes in.
Okay, all right.
We'll call it a day.
My little fingers just. Wow, I can't feel it at all. It's suddenly just
Get
gone.
in there, Drew.
They're re-showing Interstellar in IMAX.
Yeah, saw that again and still What was the other one where the dream was in the dream within the dream? What was that?
Inception.
Inception.
yeah.
Yeah, couldn't make head or tail of that.
Did you enjoy Oppenheimer? Did you
Yes.
watch it?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, liked
Yeah.
Oppenheimer.
I quite liked Oppenheimer.
Yeah, I like Christopher Nolan's work quite a lot.
Well, he did Dunkirk as well.
Dunkirk, yeah.
Mm.
Oh,
He likes, talking of time, he likes to play around with time.
He does.
Dunkirk was, what was it, hours, minutes and days?
yeah.
Three
Three different
time
time frames, yeah.
And then of course, Tenet is a very good example.
Is that the hostage one?
Playing with time, yeah.
Or the hostage one in the
where they,
concert
go
hall?
backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
Or conference, whatever. Time check?
I'll tell you, don't you worry. Coming up in 4 minutes.
Oh, God. 4 hours,
I
4 minutes.
feel like we're at NASA space.
I feel like
4 minutes.
Drew needs a countdown.
Yeah.
Suffering.
This is the first, it's just my little fingers just suddenly gone completely non-existent.
I don't want to do this anymore, and
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it.
I don't want it. This is like the first dog in space.
Yeah.
The first giant hand shadow in space.
Sounds like a little bit like a sheep. Like a little baby calf.
Yeah, it's morphing a little bit.
Calf's a cow, isn't it? It's a lamb.
Yeah.
I lose track of what it is, and then I have to shut my eyes and open them again just to see it.
You're going to see this tonight when you sleep, aren't you, Drew?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, 3 minutes. 30
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
3 minutes, that's counting.
It's getting exciting now.
Oh my God. Somebody in South Korea, this lovely magician, came to see my show twice because he's a big fan, which was really sweet.
Oh.
And he brought his girlfriend the first show, and she said to me, "You're crazy." I was like, "Yeah, I know."
Okay, 2 minutes, 55 seconds.
Kind of now I know it's the end, my hand's going, "Yeah, okay, we're done."
It's a bit like, you know, when you're desperate for the toilet and then
Yeah.
you know
That too.
as you get towards it, your body just goes, oh yeah.
Better get a good shot when he comes out of it.
Yeah, I'll do a hand at the end, Mark. Yeah. Wow. Time check.
2 minutes, 20 seconds, and count.
Wow.
Minutes. Nearly there.
Yeah.
I think the dog's name needs to be IMAX.
IMAX. It will always be known as IMAX from now on.
IMAX.
Oh, God. Wow. Time check.
Yeah, 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Okay.
Just when it's time, just wanna see
Unfold.
that hand on the screen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep going with the timing.
Okay.
It looks like the dog's sleepy.
Okay,
Fighting to
1
stay
minute.
awake.
1 minute.
1 minute, yes! Oh my God, we did it. It's going to be one of the quietest Guinness World Record. Sorry?
Probably won't be able to get your hand up.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Give me a countdown, come on, it's the end.
Okay, just give me a sec. Okay, and 30 seconds.
Yay!
Right, 1 minute. Is that what you said?
20 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Look at that hand. Yay! World record holder.
Well done.
Wow. Oh.
Let it go, let it go.
Wow.
Top work.
Thank you so much, everyone. Oh my God.
Stand
The
up.
pain.
That is amazing.
Well done.
Thank you. Well, I can't really hug you.
Well done, well done.
Wow. It's not actually too bad, you know.
Yeah.
This is really painful, but it's just like here is painful, but my hand is okay.
Crazy.
It's mad, isn't it?
I reckon once the blood starts flowing back,
You get some feeling back again.
Wow.
top work.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Fun to watch. Well done. That's good.
Now you can go and pee.
I was thinking I didn't want to say while you were in the middle of it, but I was watching you drinking that water and I was thinking there's no way I'd be drinking that much water. I'd be in trouble.
It kind of helped to pass the time, though, you know.
Moved your. Shall I show that?
Yeah, if you can show it to. So June and Barry, thank you so much.
That's all right.
Mark's going to show you.
Filling our form.
Yeah,
How
Mark.
did you do your
That's
hand?
amazing.
How did you get it? Oh, it was that. We were trying to work that out. That is.
Don't ask
so
him to do
was
it again.
anything. Yeah.
But
You know, we didn't
sometimes-
look like the end of the
sometimes-
fingers.